Throughout history, people have vanished, leaving behind unanswered questions and stories that defy explanation. From explorers lost in distant jungles, to planes disappearing without a trace, to children who walked out the door and never returned, the world is filled with mysteries that continue to haunt us. Each case carries fragments of truth, but no final chapter. Join us as we retrace the steps of the missing, explore the evidence, and search for the answers hidden in silence. This is a journey into the unknown. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more mysteries. Amelia Earhart, the vanishing of a trailblazer. It began as one of the boldest adventures of the 20th century, a flight intended to circle the globe, a daring aviator at the height of her fame, and then silence. No distress call, no trace of wreckage, only an absence that has lingered for nearly 9 decades. This is the enduring mystery of Amelia Earhart. Amelia Earhart was born in 1897 in Atchison, Kansas. From the start, she was drawn to horizons beyond the ordinary. At a time when aviation itself was still in its infancy, she pursued the sky with a determination few could match. In 1928, she became the first woman to cross the Atlantic by plane, though as a passenger. Just 4 years later, she piloted her own Lockheed Vega across the same ocean, alone. That feat placed her among the great pioneers of flight, alongside Charles Lindbergh. By the mid-1930s, Earhart had become more than an aviator. She was a symbol of progress, of possibility, of women stepping beyond traditional boundaries. Crowds gathered at her public appearances. Her writings, lectures, and interviews carried not just the story of flight, but the story of ambition itself. She was admired not only for her courage in the cockpit, but for her unshakable poise. And yet, her final flight would come to define her legacy far more than her triumphs. In 1937, Earhart announced her most ambitious plan yet, to circumnavigate the globe along the equator, the longest route possible. Together with her navigator, Fred Noonan, she would attempt to push aviation to its limits. Their aircraft, a sleek Lockheed Electra 10E, was specially modified for long-range travel. It carried additional fuel tanks, advanced navigation tools, for the time, and only the essentials needed for survival. The journey began in March from Oakland, California, but an early mishap forced a delay. After repairs, the second attempt began in June, this time traveling eastward. By late June, Earhart and Noonan had successfully crossed South America, Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. Each leg of the journey brought them closer to completing their historic loop around the Earth. On July 2nd, they departed Lae, New Guinea, aiming for a remote point in the Pacific Ocean, Howland Island. Barely 2 miles long, this speck of land was to serve as a refueling stop. A U.S. Coast Guard vessel, the Athabasca, waited nearby to provide radio assistance and ensure a safe landing. But the approach to Howland proved far more perilous than expected. At 7:42 a.m., radio operators aboard the Athabasca received last known message: "We must be on you, but cannot see you. Gas is running low. We are on the line 157 to 337. The transmission ended abruptly, and then, nothing. Despite extensive efforts, Earhart and Noonan never arrived. The Electra had simply vanished. The U.S. Navy immediately launched one of the largest search operations in its history, scouring over 250,000 square miles of open ocean. Ships and aircraft combed the area, but no debris, no oil slick, and no sign of the crew were ever found. After 2 weeks, the search was called off. Earhart and Noonan were declared lost at sea, but the absence of definitive evidence opened the door to decades of speculation. The most widely accepted theory is the simplest: that Earhart's plane ran out of fuel and crashed into the Pacific near Howland Island. The ocean floor there is deep, with shifting currents that could easily conceal wreckage indefinitely. Many aviation experts argue that this scenario, though tragic, is the most plausible, and yet other possibilities persist. One theory suggests that Earhart and Noonan may have landed on an uninhabited island known today as Nikumaroro, about 350 miles southeast of Howland. In 1940, skeletal remains and fragments of a woman's shoe were reportedly discovered there by British colonial officers. The bones were analyzed at the time and dismissed as male. However, decades later, researchers re-examined the records using modern forensic methods. Some concluded the remains could in fact have belonged to a woman of Earhart's stature. Supporting evidence included reports of aircraft parts and improvised survival tools found scattered on the island. Yet no conclusive link to Earhart has ever been proven. Another line of speculation focuses on radio transmissions. In the days following Earhart's disappearance, amateur radio operators across the Pacific reported faint distress calls. Some claimed to hear her voice pleading for help, giving partial coordinates, or describing rising water. The signals were never verified, and skeptics argue they were either hoaxes or misinterpretations of unrelated broadcasts. Still, the possibility that Earhart made emergency landings and attempted to call for rescue adds to the aura of uncertainty. There are also more controversial theories, some suggesting Earhart was captured by Japanese forces while attempting to land in the Marshall Islands, which were under Japanese control at the time. Local legends and anecdotal accounts describe sightings of a foreign woman held on remote atolls during the late 1930s. Some believe the US government may have known more than it revealed, but no documentation has ever substantiated these claims. In recent years, technology has brought new efforts to solve the mystery. Underwater expeditions using sonar and remotely operated vehicles have surveyed the ocean around Howland and Nikimaroro. In 2018, researchers tested DNA from skeletal fragments found on the island. Though results remain inconclusive, each expedition renews public fascination, but so far, the Pacific has kept its secrets. For historians, Amelia Earhart's disappearance is not simply an unsolved case, it is a story that represents the risks of exploration. She was part of a generation willing to venture into the unknown, accepting danger as the price of discovery. Whether she met her fate in the waves of the Pacific or on the shore of a forgotten island, her final flight continues to inspire inquiry, reflection, and imagination. What we do know is that Amelia Earhart's life reshaped the boundaries of possibility. She broke records, challenged convention, and ignited a sense of wonder about human flight. Her name endures not because of the mystery alone, but because of the spirit she embodied. And so the question lingers, somewhere beneath the vast Pacific. Does the Electra still rest undisturbed, or does a fragment of truth remain hidden on a lonely island, waiting to be uncovered? Until that answer is found, the legacy of Amelia Earhart remains suspended between history and legend like a distant signal, faint but never fully lost. Frederick Valentich, The Flight into Darkness. A calm spring evening in 1978, a young pilot lifted off from a Melbourne airfield. His destination was simple, his route routine. But less than an hour later, his voice over the radio described something strange, something he could not explain. Then the transmission ended. No wreckage was ever found. This is the unresolved mystery of Frederick Valentich. Frederick Valentich was just 20 years old, ambitious, passionate about aviation. He had logged around 150 hours of flying time. Though still a relatively inexperienced pilot, he dreamed of one day joining the Royal Australian Air Force. Friends described him as earnest, disciplined, and deeply curious, especially about the unknown. Valentich had an interest in UFOs, a fascination he sometimes discussed with others, though not everyone took him seriously. On October 21, 1978, Valentich rented a single-engine Cessna 182L from Moorabbin Airport near Melbourne. His plan, to fly 125 miles south, across Bass Strait, to King Island. The trip was straightforward, expected to last about 70 minutes. He filed a flight plan, refueled, and took off shortly before 7 p.m. The weather was clear. Visibility was good. Sunset had passed, but the night was calm, with only a light wind over the strait. By all accounts, it should have been an uneventful flight. At 7:06 p.m., Valentich radioed Melbourne Air Traffic Control. His voice was steady, but what he reported was anything but ordinary. He said he was being followed by an aircraft. It was moving above him, passing close. He asked controllers if any other traffic was known to be in the area. They replied, no. Valentich continued. The unknown craft, he said, was large, metallic, and had a green light. It moved erratically, hovering, then orbiting around him. At times, he reported it seemed to vanish before reappearing. Controllers asked him to identify the object. He couldn't. His tone grew increasingly unsettled. Then came his final words. It's not an aircraft. A metallic scraping sound followed, lasting 17 seconds, then silence. No further transmission was ever received. Search operations began immediately. Aircraft and ships combed the waters of base straight through the night and into the following days. No trace of Valentich, nor his Cessna, was ever recovered. Not a scrap of metal, not a shred of clothing, not a trace of fuel. It was as if both pilot and plane had simply vanished into the night sky. The official investigation by the Australian Department of Transport offered no definitive conclusion. The final report, issued in 1982, classified the cause of Valentich's disappearance as inconclusive. The only certainty was absence. But the mystery did not end there. Theories emerged quickly. Some suggested Valentich had become disoriented and was flying upside down, mistaking the reflections of his own aircraft lights on the water for another craft. But experts countered this. The Cessna 182, they noted, was not capable of sustained inverted flight, and Valentich was experienced enough to notice such an error. Another theory held that Valentich staged his disappearance. Perhaps, some speculated, he faked the incident and landed elsewhere, seeking escape from personal pressures. Yet investigators found no evidence he had prepared for such an act. His bank account remained untouched, and no trace of him was ever discovered after that night. Then, there was the possibility of engine failure. If the Cessna had experienced mechanical trouble, Valentich may have crashed into the Bass Strait. The waters are notoriously deep and turbulent, making recovery difficult. And yet, an aircraft sinking that rapidly would typically leave debris, oil slicks, or floating wreckage. None were ever found, but it is Valentich's own words, the descriptions of a hovering, luminous craft, that fueled one of the most enduring explanations, that he encountered something unknown. Reports from that evening are curious. Several witnesses across southern Australia claimed they saw strange lights in the sky around the same time Valentich disappeared. One couple described a green light moving rapidly overhead. Another witness reported a stationary object with a metallic sheen. None of these sightings were definitively linked to Valentich's flight path, but their timing was difficult to ignore. UFO researchers seized on the case. The detail of the green light, the erratic movements, and the unexplained metallic noise on the radio all aligned, in their view, with reports of unidentified flying objects. The idea that Valentich had been intercepted, or even abducted, became a central part of the legend. Skeptics, however, urged caution. They pointed out that Valentich himself had a long-standing interest in UFOs. His fascination could have influenced his perception, especially under stress. A distant light, a meteor, or even an atmospheric phenomenon might have appeared extraordinary to a young pilot already primed to expect the unusual. And yet the unanswered questions remain. If Valentich simply crashed, where is the wreckage? If he staged his disappearance, where did he go? If it was an illusion, what explains the final metallic sound recorded on the radio? In the decades since, Bass Strait has kept its silence. Searches using advanced sonar and underwater exploration have yielded no results. Valentich's family, still without closure, maintain hope that someday evidence might surface. Today, the Valentich case occupies a unique place in aviation and UFO history. It is one of the few disappearances officially linked to a UFO report, documented in real time through radio transmission. For believers, it is proof of an extraordinary encounter. For skeptics, it is a lesson in how fear and perception can shape reality. For others, it is simply an unsolved tragedy. Frederick Valentich was young, determined, and eager to prove himself. Whether he fell victim to mechanical failure, human error, or something far stranger, the mystery of his last flight continues to echo across the waters of Bass Strait. And as long as no trace is found, his final words still resonate in the airwaves. It's not an aircraft. D.B. Cooper, the skyjacker who vanished on a cold November evening in 1971. A man boarded a flight from Portland to Seattle. He carried a briefcase, ordered a drink, and waited until takeoff. Minutes later, he handed a note to a flight attendant. Inside was a demand and a warning. What followed became the only unsolved case of air piracy in U.S. history. This is the enduring mystery of D.B. Cooper. The man purchased his ticket under the name Dan Cooper. He was described as being in his mid-40s, wearing a dark suit, a black tie, and sunglasses. To the passengers aboard Northwest Orient Flight 305, he appeared unremarkable, polite, even calm. But the note he delivered to flight attendant Florence Schaffner changed everything. "I have a bomb," it read. He opened his briefcase just enough to show red cylinders and wires. His instructions were clear. $200,000 in cash for parachutes, and a fuel truck standing by in Seattle. If his demands were not met, he would detonate the device. Authorities on the ground quickly complied. The plane landed in Seattle. In exchange for the money and parachutes, Cooper allowed the 36 passengers to disembark, but he kept the flight crew aboard. His next demand was unusual: to fly toward Mexico City at low altitude with the rear exit stairway extended. The crew, under orders from the FBI, followed instructions. Shortly after 8 p.m., Flight 305 took off again, heading south into the stormy night. Somewhere over the dense forests of Washington state, Cooper opened the rear stairs of the Boeing 727, carrying the ransom money strapped to his body. He stepped into the darkness and vanished. No one ever saw him again. When the aircraft landed safely in Reno, Nevada, Cooper was gone. The rear stairway bore evidence of his jump marks from the airflow and the crew's recollections, but the man himself had disappeared into the night sky. The FBI immediately launched one of the largest manhunts in American history. Thousands of personnel searched the rugged terrain of southern Washington, believing Cooper had landed somewhere near the Lewis River. Helicopters scoured the forests, divers swept the lakes, and ground teams covered miles of wilderness. But no body, no parachute, and no definitive trace were found. The case grew colder with each passing week. The only evidence left behind was Cooper's tie, 8 filter-tipped cigarettes, and the note he had dictated to the crew, though he reclaimed the original written demand. Fingerprints were lifted, but none matched any known suspects. In the absence of answers, speculation flourished. One possibility was grim, that Cooper did not survive the jump. The weather was harsh, the terrain unforgiving. He carried no protective gear, and the parachute he selected was a military reserve model, not designed for novice use. Experts argued that leaping into freezing rain at night, over dense forest, with no clear landing site, would have been a death sentence, and yet no remains were ever discovered. In 1980, nearly a decade after the hijacking, a boy vacationing with his family along the Columbia River unearthed a surprising clue. Buried in the sand was a bundle of deteriorating $20 bills, totaling $5,800. The serial numbers matched the ransom money given to Cooper. The discovery was 20 miles from the presumed drop zone. To some, it suggested Cooper had perished, his money washing downstream over time. To others, it implied he had survived, intentionally discarding part of the ransom to mislead investigators. Over the years, the FBI pursued hundreds of suspects. Military parachutists, career criminals, and missing persons were all investigated. The name D.B. Cooper itself was a product of error. Journalists mistakenly conflating him with another man named D.B. Cooper, who was briefly questioned. The moniker stuck, cementing itself in American folklore. Some suspects gained particular attention. Richard McCoy, a former Army pilot who executed a nearly identical skyjacking months later, was considered by some to be Cooper himself. But differences in appearance and McCoy's eventual capture led most investigators to dismiss the connection. Another name was Dwayne Webber, a man who, on his deathbed in 1995, allegedly confessed to being D.B. Cooper. His widow claimed he had recurring nightmares about jumping from planes and had once injured his knee, an injury consistent with a parachute landing, but no physical evidence tied him to the crime. Then there was Robert Rackstraw, a Vietnam veteran and helicopter pilot whose skill set seemed to match the daring escape. His life included brushes with the law and accusations of fraud. Though some researchers considered him the most likely suspect, the FBI eventually ruled him out. As decades passed, the search for Cooper became as much cultural legend as criminal case. Books, documentaries, and theories proliferated. Cooper was cast, alternately, as a reckless criminal, a folk hero, or a man who disappeared to start anew. The FBI, after pursuing leads for 45 years, officially closed the case in 2016, but the mystery remains unsolved. What makes the story endure is not only the crime itself, but its flawless execution. Cooper was courteous to the crew, never harmed a passenger, and displayed detailed knowledge of aviation procedures. His demands, parachutes, low altitude, specific speeds, suggested familiarity with aircraft operations, and yet his true identity remains unknown. There are also subtle details. For instance, the parachutes he requested included both front and back rigs, leading investigators to believe he feared being sabotaged. By asking for multiple parachutes, he implied he might take a hostage with him, ensuring the FBI delivered genuine equipment. He also chose the Boeing 727 for a reason. It was one of the few aircraft with a rear stairway that could be lowered mid-flight. Still, many questions linger. If Cooper survived, where did he go? Why has none of the remaining ransom money ever surfaced in circulation? And if he perished, why has no trace been found in decades of searching? For some, D.B. Cooper embodies the ultimate escaper man who outwitted the authorities and vanished into legend. For others, he is a ghost of the jet age, lost to the wilderness he dared to leap into. What is certain is that on that November night, a man with a briefcase stepped into history. He boarded an ordinary flight, carried out an extraordinary crime, and disappeared into the storm without leaving a trace. And to this day, his fate hangs suspended like a parachute in the darkness, drifting between fact and folklore. The lost colony of Roanoke began with hope, a bold attempt to carve out a foothold on the edge of the New World. But when English ships returned, the settlement had vanished. No bodies, no signs of struggle, only a single word carved into a post. For more than 4 centuries, the fate of the Roanoke colony has remained an enigma. The story begins in 1584, when Sir Walter Raleigh, under a charter from Queen Elizabeth I, organized the first English explorations of North America. His ambition was not merely discovery, but colonization, to establish a permanent English presence along the Atlantic coast. Scouts returned with promising reports of fertile land and friendly tribes along the outer banks of present-day North Carolina. The chosen site was Roanoke Island, nestled between the Barrier Islands and the mainland. The first settlement, established in 1585, was primarily military. Roughly 100 men built a fort and attempted to secure alliances with local tribes, but tensions rose quickly. Supplies dwindled, and relations with native communities soured. By 1586, the majority of colonists abandoned the settlement and returned to England with Sir Francis Drake. Still, Raleigh pressed forward. In 1587, he sponsored a second expedition, this time intended as a true colony. Around 115 settlers, including women and children, set sail under the leadership of John White, an artist and cartographer. Among them was White's daughter, Eleanor Dare, who would soon give birth to the first English child born in the New World, Virginia Dare. The colonists arrived in late summer, too late to plant crops. From the beginning, survival was uncertain. White soon decided to sail back to England to secure additional supplies, leaving behind his daughter, granddaughter, and more than 100 others. He promised to return quickly, but history intervened. When White reached England in 1587, preparations were already underway for war with Spain. The Spanish Armada threatened invasion, and every available ship was commandeered for defense. White pleaded for passage back to Roanoke, but his efforts were delayed again and again. It would be 3 long years before he could return. Finally, in 1590, White arrived back at the settlement. What he found has baffled historians ever since. The fort was deserted. Houses had been dismantled. No signs of violence or battle were present. The only clue was carved into a wooden post, the word Croatoan. Another carving, the letters Crow, appeared on a nearby tree. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, known today as Hatteras, home to a friendly native tribe. White took the carvings as a sign the colonists had relocated there, but storms threatened his ships, and his crew refused to continue the search. Forced to turn back, he never learned what became of his family or the others, and so the colony became known as the Lost Colony of Roanoke. In the centuries that followed, theories multiplied. Some suggest the colonists integrated with local tribes. Oral traditions among the Lumbee and other native communities tell of ancestors with European features, speaking broken English and practicing skills unfamiliar to indigenous cultures at the time. These accounts hint at assimilation, a blending of 2 worlds in the face of hardship. Others point to the possibility of relocation inland. Archaeological digs in recent years have uncovered artifacts of European origin at sites well beyond Roanoke, suggesting some settlers may have traveled toward the Chesapeake Bay or along the Albemarle Sound. Shards of pottery, tools, and weapon fragments raise tantalizing questions, but no definitive link has been established. A darker theory suggests the settlers met with violence either from hostile tribes or Spanish raiding parties. Spain, after all, sought to prevent England from gaining a foothold in the Americas. Yet if conflict had occurred, signs of battle would likely have been found. The absence of mass graves or ruins makes this explanation less convincing. Then there are more unusual accounts. In the 20th century, a series of inscribed stones, known as the Dare stones, surfaced. One claimed to contain a message from Eleanor Dare herself, describing the deaths of many colonists and the fate of her family. But most historians now consider the stones to be forgeries, products of hoaxes rather than authentic relics. Perhaps the most compelling evidence lies in the carvings themselves. Croteau White had instructed the colonists that if they relocated, they should leave a sign, and if they moved under duress, they should carve a cross. No cross was found. This suggests the move was deliberate, not forced. The message implies they sought refuge among their Croatoan allies. Yet when later expeditions visited Hatteras Island, no colonists were discovered. The lack of resolution has made Roanoke one of history's most enduring puzzles. It is the first mystery of European settlement in America, a haunting prelude to the later colonies of Jamestown and Plymouth. For archaeologists, the search continues. Excavations at Roanoke, Hatteras, and inland sites reveal fragments of the past ceramics, weapons, and trade goods that hint at survival beyond the original settlement. But the complete story remains elusive, obscured by time, weather, and the silence of the vanished colony. Yet the legacy of Roanoke is more than mystery. It represents the fragility of human ambition in the face of an unfamiliar world. The colonists were not adventurers alone. They were families, seeking permanence on a distant shore. Their disappearance reminds us of the precariousness of early colonial ventures, balanced between survival and loss. Over 400 years later, we are left with questions. Did they thrive for a time among new allies, leaving descendants hidden in the fabric of later tribes? Did they scatter inland, their traces dissolved into the wilderness? Or did their story end in hardship, their fate washed away like footprints in the sand? We may never know. What remains is a single word, carved into wood, centuries ago, a fragment of communication across time. Croatoan, a message, a clue, or perhaps a farewell. The lost colony of Roanoke endures as a riddle, on the edge of history, one that whispers of survival, of disappearance, and of a past that refuses to be fully uncovered. Jimmy Hoffa, the disappearance of a power broker twit, was an ordinary summer afternoon in 1975. A man well known across America pulled into the parking lot of a Detroit suburb restaurant. He was waiting for a meeting. He told his wife he'd be home for dinner, but he never returned. His car was found empty. And from that day forward, Jimmy Hoffa, one of the most powerful labor leaders in American history, was never seen again. The name Hoffa carried weight in mid-20th century America. Born in 1913 in Indiana, James Riddle Hoffa grew up in working-class hardship. By his teens, he was loading crates and battling long hours in warehouses. He saw firsthand the struggles of laborers, men and women caught between demanding employers and the need to put food on the table. Hoffa rose quickly through the ranks of organized labor. By his early 20s, he had aligned himself with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, a union representing truck drivers and warehouse workers. Charismatic and relentless, Hoffa possessed both street-level toughness and a strategic mind. He organized strikes, rallied workers, and negotiated contracts that improved wages and benefits. But Hoffa's rise was not solely built on grassroots organizing. To secure influence, he forged alliances, some with politicians, others with figures from organized crime. These relationships gave the Teamsters immense power, but also cast long shadows. By the 1950s, the Teamsters had become the largest labor union in the United States. With Hoffa as its driving force, he became a household name. To workers, Hoffa was a defender, a man unafraid to confront corporate giants. To his critics, he was a manipulator who blurred the lines between legitimate union leadership and criminal collusion. Senate hearings in the late 1950s, led by figures like Robert F. Kennedy, placed Hoffa in the national spotlight. The televised clashes between Kennedy and Hoffa became iconic, Kennedy pressing hard, Hoffa refusing to flinch. But in 1967, the law caught up with him. Hoffa was convicted of jury tampering, attempted bribery, and fraud. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Yet even behind bars, Hoffa's influence lingered. The Teamsters' leadership changed hands, but Hoffa's presence loomed large. In 1971, President Richard Nixon commuted Hoffa's sentence, freeing him after just 5 years. But there was a condition. Hoffa was barred from union leadership until 1980. For Hoffa, a man whose identity was inseparable from the Teamsters, this restriction was intolerable. He wanted back in. By the summer of 1975, Hoffa was maneuvering to reclaim his position. This brought him into conflict with those who had filled the vacuum of power during his imprisonment. Some of these men had deep ties to organized crime, and Hoffa's attempt to reassert control threatened their interests. On July 30, 1975, Hoffa drove his green Pontiac Granville to the much-used Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, outside Detroit. He told his wife he was meeting two men, Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, a Detroit mobster, and Anthony Tony Provenzano, a Teamster official with mafia connections. Both had reasons to meet with Hoffa and reasons to resist his comeback. Hoffa arrived at 2 p.m. He waited. Witnesses later recalled seeing him pacing the parking lot, glancing at his watch. By late afternoon, he was gone. His car remained in the lot. When Hoffa failed to return home, his family grew alarmed. The next morning, his disappearance was reported. Police searched the area. Dogs combed the woods, but no trace of Hoffa was found. The FBI launched what became one of the most extensive investigations in its history. Thousands of leads were pursued. Tips, rumors, alleged sightings. Theories multiplied, but evidence remained elusive. One possibility was straightforward. Hoffa was killed by the mafia, silenced for challenging their hold on the Teamsters. Some believed he was lured to the meeting, murdered, and his body swiftly disposed of. But how and where? Over the years, speculation has centered on countless locations: a suburban house outside Detroit, an abandoned car crusher, a hidden grave in rural Michigan. One enduring rumor claimed his remains were buried beneath the old Giants Stadium in New Jersey. Excavations and searches, often prompted by informants, have uncovered nothing conclusive. Other accounts suggest Hoffa's body was destroyed entirely, burned in a crematorium, dissolved in acid, or placed in an incinerator. Such methods would explain the absence of physical evidence, but they remain unverified. Some investigators believe the disappearance was orchestrated with chilling efficiency. Hoffa, they argue, was met by trusted associates, driven away under false pretenses, and killed quickly, leaving no chance for escape. His body was disposed of within hours, erasing the trail before it began. Yet for every theory, there is doubt. The FBI has never been able to close the case. Files remain thick with reports, testimonies, and conflicting accounts. The official line, repeated for decades, is that Hoffa was most likely murdered by organized crime figures who saw him as a threat. But the details, the who, the where, the how, remain unknown. The absence of resolution has elevated Hoffa's disappearance to the level of folklore. His name has become shorthand for the unsolved, the concealed, the buried. Popular culture has kept the mystery alive, from films to novels to endless speculation in news reports. But beyond the legend was a man. Jimmy Hoffa was not merely a symbol of crime and intrigue. He was a force who reshaped American labor. Under his leadership, the Teamsters secured unprecedented gains for workers, higher wages, pensions, protections that influenced industries far beyond trucking. At the same time, his entanglements blurred the boundary between legitimate labor advocacy and the shadowy networks of organized crime. It is perhaps this duality, hero to some, villain to others, that ensures the fascination endures. Hoffa's disappearance is not only about what happened on a single afternoon in 1975, it is about what he represented: power, ambition, defiance, and the dangerous alliances forged in pursuit of influence. Nearly 50 years have passed. Hoffa's family never received closure. His body has never been found. In 1982, he was declared legally dead, but the case remains open, a file still active in FBI archives. And so, the mystery lingers. Did Hoffa die at the hands of those he once counted as allies? Was his body hidden beneath concrete, scattered in ash, or sunk into unknown waters? Or is the truth buried so deeply in silence that it may never surface? What we do know is this: on July 30, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa stepped into the parking lot of a Detroit restaurant, and then he was gone. The rest remains in the shadows, an unfinished story of power, betrayal, and disappearance. Malaysia Airlines flight MH370, The vanishing of a modern airliner RIT was a routine red-eye flight. A Boeing 777 filled with passengers departed Kuala Lumpur, bound for Beijing. The weather was calm. The crew experienced, but less than an hour after takeoff, the aircraft vanished from radar. No distress call, no emergency beacon, just silence. What followed became one of the greatest mysteries in aviation history: the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. The date was March 8, 2014. Flight MH370 carried 239 people, 227 passengers from 14 nations, and 12 crew members. At 12:42 a.m., the plane took off, climbing steadily into the night sky. For the first half hour, everything appeared normal. The pilots communicated with air traffic control as they crossed Malaysia's eastern coastline. At 1:19 a.m., the final words from the cockpit were transmitted: "Good night, Malaysian 370. Moments later, the aircraft's transponder, the system that relays its position, went dark. Air traffic controllers in Vietnam, expecting MH370 to check in as it crossed into their airspace, received nothing. The plane had effectively disappeared from civilian radar. At first, officials assumed a technical failure. Aircraft occasionally lose contact, only to re-establish communications minutes later. But as hours passed, anxiety grew. Families waiting in Beijing were told the flight was delayed. Then, as the truth became clearer that it was missing, what was not immediately known to the public was that military radar had continued to track the plane after its transponder stopped. Instead of continuing northeast toward Beijing, MH370 had turned sharply west, flying back across the Malay Peninsula. It then veered south of Penang into the vast waters of the Indian Ocean. Hours later, the radar contact was lost entirely. This revelation transformed the search. Initial efforts focused on the South China Sea, where the plane was last seen by civilian radar. But as new data emerged, the scope shifted thousands of miles. Investigators turned to an unlikely source: satellite handshakes. Though MH370 had stopped transmitting data, its satellite communications system continued to send automated pings to an orbiting satellite operated by an. By analyzing the timing and frequency of these signals, scientists concluded the aircraft had flown on for nearly 7 hours after contact was lost. The arc of possible locations stretched from Central Asia to the southern Indian Ocean. The southern route soon became the focus. If correct, it meant MH370 had ended its journey somewhere in one of the most remote stretches of ocean on Earth. But why? Several theories arose. One suggested a catastrophic mechanical failure, perhaps, or a fire rendered the crew incapacitated while the plane flew on autopilot until fuel exhaustion. Another considered deliberate action. The sharp turns after losing contact suggested manual control. If so, was it a hijacking, a political act, or something more personal involving the pilots? Suspicion initially fell on Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah, a veteran pilot with over 18,000 flight hours. Some investigators wondered whether he could have deliberately diverted the plane. But no clear motive was established, and his colleagues described him as professional and dedicated. Searches of his flight simulator at home revealed practice routes into the Indian Ocean, though whether these were relevant remains debated. For families, uncertainty deepened the agony. Without wreckage, no closure was possible. The multinational search effort grew into the largest in aviation history. Ships, aircraft, and underwater drones combed hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of seafloor. The costs soared into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Yet for years, nothing was found. Then, in July 2015, more than a year after the disappearance, a piece of wreckage washed ashore on Reunion Island, east of Madagascar. It was a flaperon, a part of the wing, later confirmed to belong to MH370. In the following months, more fragments surfaced on the coasts of Mozambique, South Africa, and Mauritius. These finds confirmed the aircraft had indeed ended in the Indian Ocean. But the main wreckage, including the black boxes that could explain what happened, remains undiscovered. Theories multiplied as the mystery endured. Some experts favor the ghost flight scenario. A sudden decompression incapacitated all aboard, while the plane continued on autopilot until fuel exhaustion. Others insist the deliberate course changes suggest human control throughout, possibly a pilot suicide or an act of sabotage. More speculative ideas emerged. ranging from hijacking to military intervention to conspiracies involving hidden motives. But without evidence, these remain speculation. In 2017, after 3 years of intensive searching and no breakthroughs, the official hunt was suspended. Families of the passengers expressed frustration, urging authorities not to abandon the search. In 2018, a private company, Ocean Infinity, conducted another large-scale sweep of the seabed, again without success. The disappearance of MH370 has left a lasting mark on aviation. Airlines and regulators implemented changes, requiring more frequent position reporting and exploring new satellite tracking systems to prevent another aircraft from vanishing without trace. The tragedy also underscored the vastness of the oceans, and how even in the era of satellites and global networks, parts of our world remain stubbornly beyond reach. For the families of the 239 souls aboard, the mystery is not abstract. It is personal, lived daily in the absence of answers. Memorials have been built, names engraved in stone, but questions remain unfilled. The story of MH370 is not only about loss, it is about uncertainty. Few aviation disasters end without explanation. Normally, the recovery of wreckage, black boxes, and data allows investigators to reconstruct events. But here, the silence is enduring. No final moments, no last descent, no closure, and so we are left with fragments. A flaperon washed up on a distant shore, pieces of interior panels, wing parts, and engine casings scattered across the Indian Ocean's rim. Enough to confirm the crash, but not enough to explain it. Was MH370 the victim of mechanical failure, of a sudden emergency, of deliberate action? Nearly a decade later, the answers remain elusive. The aircraft lies somewhere in the ocean's depths, perhaps intact, perhaps scattered, holding within it the final record of what happened that night, until it is found. MH370 remains suspended in mystery, a reminder that even in the age of global connectivity, it is possible for 239 people and an entire Boeing 777 to disappear into silence. The Sorda children, the fire that left questions. It was Christmas Eve, 1945, in Fayetteville, West Virginia. The Sorda family home glowed with holiday cheer. 9 of George and Jenny Sarda's 10 children were gathered, celebrating late into the night, but by morning, the house would be gone, consumed in fire. 5 children were never seen again, and in the decades that followed, questions would persist. Did they perish in the flames, or did they vanish into another fate entirely? George and Jenny Sarda were Italian immigrants raising their large family in the quiet Appalachian town. George owned a successful trucking company. The Sardas were respected, though not without controversy. George was outspoken, often critical of Benito Mussolini and the fascist regime in Italy. His political views sometimes drew anger in the close-knit immigrant community. By 10 p.m. that Christmas Eve, the younger Sarda children, Martha, Louis, Jenny, Betty, and Morris, asked to stay up late. Their parents agreed. George, Jenny, and some of the older children went to bed. At around midnight, Jenny awoke to a phone call. A woman's voice asked for a name she didn't know, laughed strangely, then hung up. When Jenny looked outside, she noticed the house unusually quiet and the curtains open. The lights were still on, though the children had not closed up as they usually did. She turned them off and went back to sleep. At 1 a.m., Jenny awoke, again this time to the sound of something hitting the roof, then rolling. Moments later, smoke filled the home. Flames raced up the stairway, cutting off access to the second floor, where the 5 younger children slept. George, Jenny, and 4 of the older children escaped. In the chaos, they tried desperately to reach the others. George smashed a window, cutting his arm, and tried to re-enter, but the staircase was engulfed. He ran outside for a ladder, but the ladder that always stood against the house was gone. He drove to the water barrel, hoping to douse the flames, but the water inside was frozen. He attempted to start his coal trucks, to use them as a platform. To reach the upstairs windows, neither would start. Within 45 minutes, the Sarda home was reduced to ash. Authorities were summoned, but response was slow. The fire department did not arrive until the following morning, by which time the house was a smoldering ruin. Fire Chief F.J. Morris told the family that no remains had been found. Yet within days, officials concluded that the missing 5 children had perished in the blaze. The cause was ruled accidental faulty wiring, but the Sardas were not convinced. For one, They questioned the fire's intensity. Experts later noted that a blaze of that size and duration should have left recognizable bones, especially of children, aged 5 to 14. Cremation at high heat 4 hours is typically required to fully destroy skeletal remains, yet no fragments were recovered. The family also pointed to unusual circumstances before and during the fire. In the weeks leading up to Christmas, a stranger had appeared at the Soda home, warning George that his house would go up in smoke because of his criticism of Mussolini. Another man offered life insurance, then threatened that your children are going to be destroyed if he refused. The Sodas recalled a suspicious car parked on the road near their home in the days before the fire. And then there was the ladder missing that night, later found discarded in a ditch nearby. For Jenny, the unanswered questions became an obsession. She conducted her own experiments, burning small piles of animal bones in her stove. Even after hours, bone fragments remained. How, she asked, could 5 children leave nothing at all? Theories began to multiply. Some believed the fire had been deliberately set to cover an abduction. Jenny recalled the sound of an object striking the roof, possibly an incendiary device. Witnesses later reported seeing balls of fire falling near the Soda property that night. Decades later, one man claimed he had found a strange green object in a nearby field after the fire. Reports of possible sightings only deepened the mystery. A woman claimed to have seen the missing Soda children in a passing car the night of the fire. Others said they saw them at a Charleston motel the following morning. Still others insisted the children had been taken to Florida or even back to Italy. The Sodas clung to these possibilities. In 1947, they hired a private investigator, C.C. Tinsley, who uncovered odd details. The fire chief, he reported, had once confessed to finding a heart in the ashes, though when it was tested, the object turned out to be beef liver. The family raised billboards across the state, bearing the children's faces and a plea for information. For decades, the image of the 5 smiling Soda children became a roadside landmark in West Virginia, a constant reminder of unanswered questions. In 1967, more than 20 years after the fire, a strange letter arrived. Inside was a photograph of a young man about in his 20s. The note, unsigned, read simply, "Louis Soda. I love brother Frankie. Ill boys. A 90132 or 35. The man in the photo bore a resemblance to Louis, one of the missing children. The family believed it was him, but the letter had no return address, and efforts to trace it led nowhere. By the 1970s, George and Jenny Soda had both passed away, never knowing the truth. Their surviving children continued the search, but over time, leads grew cold. The official record still lists the 5 children as having died in the fire. Theories of kidnapping, mafia involvement, and revenge against George for his outspoken politics persist, but none have been proven. Today, the case remains one of America's most enduring family mysteries. The empty graves of the Soda children symbolize both tragedy and uncertainty, a fire that may or may not have consumed them, and a family's lifelong struggle between hope and grief. The unanswered questions are stark. If the children died in the fire, why were no remains found? If they survived, who took them, and why? Was it retribution for George's politics, a case of mistaken identity, or something darker, buried in the shadows of post-war America? Nearly 80 years later, no definitive evidence has surfaced. The Soda family home is long gone, but the questions linger like smoke that never clears, and so the mystery endures. On Christmas Eve, 1945, 5 children went to bed in a quiet West Virginia home. By morning, they were gone. Whether lost to the flames or taken into silence, the fate of the Soda children remains a story unfinished. Percy Fawcett into the Amazon in April of 1925. A decorated British explorer vanished into the depths of the Amazon rainforest. Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett, his son Jack, and their companion Raleigh Rimmel were last seen near the headwaters of the Xingu River in Brazil. They carried few supplies, but great ambition. Their goal was legendary: to find what Fawcett called the lost city of Zia, hidden civilization. He believed lay deep within the jungle. They were never seen again. Fawcett's disappearance would become one of the greatest mysteries of exploration, a tale where fact and myth entwine, and where the line between discovery and obsession blurs. Percy Fawcett was born in 1867, into a family that prized exploration and adventure. Educated at Britain's Royal Geographical Society, he became a skilled surveyor and cartographer. His military service took him to Ceylon and North Africa, but it was South America that captured his imagination. In 1906, Fawcett was commissioned to map disputed territory along the border between Bolivia and Brazil. It was dangerous work. The Amazon basin was barely penetrated by outsiders home to jaguars, anacondas, and insects carrying lethal diseases. Many expeditions ended in death, yet Fawcett thrived. His endurance, calm under pressure, and almost uncanny survival instincts earned him respect. Between 1906 and 1924, Fawcett led 7 expeditions into the Amazon. He crossed hundreds of miles of dense forest, navigated treacherous rivers, and made first contact with isolated tribes. Reports of his feats in London newspapers painted him as a heroic figure, part soldier, part adventurer, part mystic. But Fawcett's reputation was not built only on survival. It was fueled by his growing conviction that the jungle concealed the remnants of an advanced, ancient civilization. The idea seemed far-fetched at the time. Scholars largely believed that Amazon was a counterfeit paradise, a land too hostile to sustain large populations or complex societies. Fawcett disagreed. His belief was sparked by fragments of evidence. Indigenous legends told of stone cities in the forest. Old conquistador reports mentioned mysterious ruins. And in Rio de Janeiro's National Library, Fawcett came across a faded Portuguese manuscript from the 1700s known as Manuscript 512. It described a lost city in Brazil's interior, with stone arches, wide roads, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. Fawcett became convinced such a city, perhaps many such cities, lay hidden. He gave it a name, Z. For years, he prepared. Fawcett rejected the large, military-style expeditions favored by other explorers. He believed smaller groups had a better chance of survival and a better chance of winning the trust of tribes. He carried minimal supplies, a machete, a sextant, a compass, and some tinned food. He placed faith in discipline, respect for nature, and sheer determination. By the early 1920s, Fawcett was ready for his most ambitious attempt. This time, he would not go alone. Joining him were his 21-year-old son Jack, and Jack's close friend Rolly Ribble. Both young men were idealistic, eager to prove themselves, and enthralled by the idea of discovery. On April 20, 1925, the trio set out from Cuiabá, Brazil, heading east into the jungle. Fawcett carried a letter to his wife Nina, filled with confidence. "You need have no fear of failure," he wrote. "If we may be delayed, no matter. I expect to return." The expedition's route followed the upper Xingu River, a vast and difficult region of dense forest and wetlands. For weeks, the men pressed deeper. Along the way, Fawcett sent back dispatches via messengers, describing their progress. In his last letter, written in late May, he noted they were crossing an unexplored region. He ended with a calm assurance, "We hope to get through in a few days. Don't worry." It was the last anyone heard from him. When Fawcett failed to reappear, the world took notice. Newspapers across Europe and the Americas followed the story, fascinated by the mystery of the missing explorer. Over the next decade, dozens of search parties entered the jungle to look for Fawcett and his companions. Few succeeded in even reaching the region. Many died in the attempt. Rumors abounded. Some claimed Fawcett had been killed by hostile tribes. Others said he had succumbed to disease, starvation, or wild animals. Still others whispered he had found his fabled city and chosen to remain there, or perhaps even established his own hidden kingdom. Indigenous accounts varied. The Kalapalo people, among the last to see the trio alive, said they had welcomed them and given them food. But Fawcett's insistence on continuing into hostile territory was, in their view, unwise. Later, stories circulated that the men had been killed near the Xingu, though evidence was scant. The mystery deepened with each passing year. Bones claimed to belong to Fawcett were brought out of the jungle in the 1950s, but analysis proved inconclusive. Theories multiplied. Was he killed by bandits? By cannibals? Did he starve? Or did he, as some imagined, discover Z and decide never to return? Modern archaeology has reframed the debate. In recent decades, evidence has emerged of large, complex societies that once thrived in the Amazon. Aerial surveys and satellite imagery have revealed vast networks of geoglyphs, roads, and settlements beneath the forest canopy. Some estimates suggest populations in the millions once lived in carefully managed landscapes. supported by fertile soils known as terra preta. In a sense, Fawcett was ahead of his time. His belief in an ancient civilization was dismissed in the 1920s, but today it seems far more plausible. Whether his Z was a specific site or a vision of a lost culture, his conviction contained a kernel of truth. Yet the fate of Fawcett himself remains unresolved. No definitive trace has ever been found. His disappearance is both a tragedy and a legend, embodying the allure and danger of exploration in the unknown. For the Soders of West Virginia, the unanswered questions of a fire became a family legacy. For Percy Fawcett, the unanswered questions of the jungle became something larger, a parable of obsession, discovery, and the limits of human endurance. Did he perish in the wilderness, another casualty of its harsh reality? Or did he, in some hidden corner of the Amazon, come face to face with the city he sought, one that still waits, concealed by forest, silent and undiscovered? Nearly a century later, the question lingers, suspended between myth and history. Percy Fawcett's final journey remains unfinished, a reminder that some mysteries lie not only in what is found, but in what has never returned. Glenn Miller, the last flight of a big band legend, a foggy December afternoon in 1944. One of the most famous musicians in the world boarded a small aircraft bound for Paris. Glenn Miller, composer, and the sound of America's wartime spirit, was on his way to perform for troops newly liberated from Nazi occupation. The plane lifted into the sky over southern England and was never seen again. Glenn Miller's disappearance is one of the enduring mysteries of the Second World War, a story of music, ambition, and a vanishing that has never been fully explained. Alton Glenn Miller was born in 1904 in Iowa, raised in Colorado, and drawn to music from an early age. By the 1930s, after years of struggling as a trombonist and arranger, he struck upon a unique formula for swing. His band's sound was smooth, carefully orchestrated, and instantly recognizably anchored by the warm clarinet lead in his reed section. By the time America entered World War II, the Glenn Miller Orchestra was the most popular big band in the country. Hits like Moonlight Serenade and In the Mood filled dance halls and radios, providing a soundtrack to both romance and resilience. Miller's music captured not only a moment in jazz history, but a cultural mood, uplifting, reassuring, and unmistakably American. Yet at the height of his fame, Miller made an unusual decision. At 38, he volunteered to give up touring and enlist. Too old for combat, he was accepted into the Army Air Forces, where he was tasked with bringing music to the troops. His mission was more than entertainment. Military leaders understood that music boosted morale, and Miller threw himself into the role with precision and discipline. He reorganized military bands, conducted hundreds of concerts, and broadcast radio programs across Europe. His broadcasts in German were even aimed at undermining Nazi morale. For millions of soldiers far from home, Glenn Miller's music was a reminder of what they were fighting for. By late 1944, Allied forces had liberated Paris, and Miller was preparing to relocate his band from England to the French capital. Concerts were scheduled, rehearsals awaited. On December 15th, Miller arranged transport to Paris aboard a small single-engine UC-64 Norseman aircraft. His band was due to follow on larger transports. The weather that day was cold and unsettled, with fog spreading across southern England. The flight was not officially logged, and Miller's name did not appear on the passenger list. He was simply hitching a ride, along with the pilot, John Morgan, and another passenger, Lieutenant Colonel Norman Bessel. Miller boarded the plane at Twinwood Airfield near Bedford. At 1:55 p.m., the aircraft took off. It was never seen again. News of Miller's disappearance was kept quiet at first, overshadowed by the ongoing Battle of the Bulge. But when the announcement came, it shocked both America and Europe. Glenn Miller was more than a musician. He was a symbol of home, of continuity in a world at war. Searchers turned up nothing. No wreckage, no bodies, just silence. The official explanation, issued months later, was straightforward. The plane likely encountered bad weather, suffered icing, and went down in the English Channel. A tragic accident, but not uncommon during the war. Hundreds of small aircraft vanished over Europe under similar conditions, yet Miller's fame, and the lack of physical evidence, invited speculation. Over the years, theories multiplied, some mundane, others far more sensational. One theory points to mechanical failure. The UC-64 Norseman was not considered reliable in cold weather. Carburetor icing could choke the engine mid-flight. If this happened in poor visibility, the pilot would have had little chance of recovery. The aircraft could have struck the sea and sunk almost instantly. Another theory involves bombs. That same afternoon, Royal Air Force bombers were returning from a cancelled mission and jettisoned unused explosives over the channel before landing. Decades later, a veteran claimed he saw a small plane in the area struck by falling bombs. If true, Miller's aircraft may have been an accidental casualty of war, destroyed not by enemy fire, but by his own side. Other stories are stranger. In the years after the war, rumors spread that Miller had not died in a crash at all, but, in Paris under compromising circumstances, one false tale suggested he died of a heart attack in a brothel, and that the flight was a cover story. Historians dismissed this as baseless gossip, likely born from post-war tabloid sensationalism. There are also theories that his plane may have crashed, not in the Channel but over land. In remote English countryside, reports of wreckage in the Midlands circulated for decades, though none have ever been substantiated to this day. No confirmed trace of Miller's plane has ever been found. What makes the story so haunting is not only the disappearance, but the timing. Glenn Miller vanished at the height of his powers, on the cusp of a new chapter. His orchestra would never play Paris under his direction. His broadcasts would never reach Germany in those final months of the war. In his absence, his music endured. The Army Air Force's band continued. In the decades after, Miller's recordings remained a fixture, echoes of the wartime years, instantly transporting listeners back to an era of dance halls and telegrams, ration books, and victory gardens. His sound, both nostalgic and timeless, ensured his legacy long outlived him. But the mystery remains. Did Miller's flight fall victim to weather, to mechanical failure, to misfortune? Was he the victim of an accident too ordinary to leave clues, or too unusual to be revealed? Historians lean toward the simple explanation: a small plane, iced over, vanishing into grey skies and a freezing sea. Yet the absence of wreckage, the silence of the Channel, leaves room for doubt and for the enduring power of speculation. Almost 80 years later, Glenn Miller is remembered not for the way he died, but for the way his music lived. His orchestra's recordings still carry the brightness and precision he demanded. The sound of an America young and optimistic. And yet, when his name is spoken, it is often followed by a question. The mystery of his disappearance adds an note to his story, a pause, unresolved, like a final chord left hanging in the air. On December 15, 1944, Glenn Miller boarded a plane into the mist, carrying with him not only the notes of his music, but a mystery that has never landed. Harold Holt, the Prime Minister who vanished in a summer afternoon in December 1967. The Prime Minister of Australia walked into the surf at Cheviot Beach, just south of Melbourne. Harold Holt was an experienced swimmer, familiar with the coastline, and those with him recalled nothing unusual as he waded out into the waves. But within minutes, Holt was gone, pulled under by the COR, so it seemed. He never resurfaced. A massive search followed, involving naval divers, helicopters, and hundreds of volunteers, yet no trace of Holt was ever found. The disappearance of a sitting world leader, without a body, without a clear explanation, remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in modern political history. Harold Edward Holt was born in Sydney in 1908 and raised in Melbourne. A bright student and talented sportsman, he studied law before entering politics at an unusually young age. By 1935, at just 27 years old, he had won a seat in Parliament. Over the next 3 decades, Holt rose steadily through the ranks of the Liberal Party. He held key ministerial roles, overseeing Labour, immigration, and the Treasury. In 1966, he succeeded Sir Robert Menzies as Australia's 17th Prime Minister. Holt's time in office was marked by both progress and controversy. He strengthened ties with the United States, famously declaring that Australia would go all the way with LBJ in supporting the Vietnam War. He relaxed restrictions on non-European immigration, paving the way for the dismantling of the White Australia policy. And he was a popular figure, known for his easygoing manner and love of the outdoors. But his prime ministership would last less than 2 years. On the morning of Sunday, December 17, 1967, Holt invited friends to his beach house at Portsea, on Victoria's Mornington Peninsula. It was a hot day, with temperatures rising into the 90s. After lunch, the group decided to visit Cheviot Beach, a rugged, secluded stretch of coastline not far from the house. The beach was beautiful, but dangerous. Strong rip currents swirled offshore, and local authorities discouraged swimming. Holt, however, loved the ocean. A skilled snorkeler and spearfisherman, he was known for his stamina in the water. Around noon, Holt and several companions entered the surf. Almost immediately, the waves grew rougher. While the others stayed close to shore, Holt swam farther out. A witness later recalled seeing him disappear beneath the water, then briefly reappear, before being carried away by the current. In less than a minute, he was gone. What followed was one of the largest search operations in Australian history. Navy divers scoured the seabed. Helicopters circled above. Local fishermen joined the effort. For days, teams battled the surf, searching for any sign of the missing Prime Minister. Nothing was found. No body, no clothing, no equipment. The sea had swallowed Harold Holt without a trace. The official conclusion, announced within days, was that Holt had drowned. The evidence seemed straightforward. A strong current, hazardous conditions, and the sudden disappearance of even a skilled swimmer. But the absence of a body and the prominence of the victim meant the case did not rest there. In the years that followed, theories flourished. Some suggested Holt's health played a role. He had recently suffered a shoulder injury and was known to take painkillers. He also had a history of fainting spells. Could he have been weaker that day than anyone realized? Others speculated about his state of mind. Political pressures were mounting, particularly over the Vietnam War. Some wondered if Holt's disappearance was intentional, an escape, not an accident. There is, however, little evidence to support this, and his friends and family strongly rejected the idea. Then there were the stranger theories. One claimed Holt had been abducted by a Chinese submarine, spirited away as a spy or prisoner. Another suggested he had staged his death to live secretly with a lover. UFO enthusiasts even proposed he had been taken by extraterrestrials. None of these theories carried proof, but they reveal how unsettling it was to lose a head of government so suddenly, and with so little explanation. To this day, the sea has kept its secret. In 2005, nearly 4 decades after the disappearance, a formal coroner's inquiry reaffirmed the original conclusion: Harold Holt drowned at Cheviot Beach, swept away by the tide. The report acknowledged the persistence of conspiracy theories, but found no evidence to contradict the simplest explanation. Yet even this leaves questions. Why would such an experienced swimmer, familiar with the treacherous currents, take the risk that day? Was it misjudgment, overconfidence, or something else? The mystery remains suspended between accident and legend in the absence of resolution. Holt's legacy is remembered through irony as much as history. Just months after his disappearance, a new public swimming pool in Melbourne was named in his honor, the Harold Holt Memorial Swimming Centre. The name, at once respectful and peculiar, ensured the story would never fade from public memory. For Australians, Holt's vanishing became more than a personal tragedy or political crisis. It became a symbol of the sea's power, of the fragility of public figures, and of the strange uncertainties that even modern history cannot entirely explain. On that hot December day, the Prime Minister of Australia walked into the surf and vanished. The search that followed turned up nothing. Decades later, the waves at Cheviot Beach still break against the sand. Indifferent and unyielding. Did Harold Holt misjudge the sea he thought he knew so well? Or does his disappearance belong to that small category of mysteries that refuse closure, where certainty slips away like water through the hands? The ocean keeps its silence. The Prime Minister never returned. Michael Rockefeller, into the unknown in November 1961. The son of one of America's most powerful families, vanished in one of the most remote corners of the world. 23-year-old Michael Rockefeller, heir to a vast fortune, disappeared. While traveling along the coast of Dutch New Guinea, his canoe overturned, and after a desperate attempt to swim for help, he was never seen again. What followed was one of the most dramatic searches of the 20th century, an effort involving planes, helicopters, missionaries, and native villagers, but no body was ever recovered. And the fate of Michael Rockefeller remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of modern times. Michael Clark Rockefeller was born in 1938, the youngest son of Nelson Rockefeller, then governor of New York and later Vice President of the United States. The Rockefellers represented wealth, influence, and public service, America's version of royalty. Yet Michael was restless. After studying history and anthropology at Harvard, he set out to travel beyond the corridors of power. He was fascinated by non-Western cultures, particularly those on the edge of contact with the modern world. In 1961, he joined a Harvard Peabody Museum expedition to Dutch New Guinea, today known as Papua. The team's mission was to document and collect artifacts from the Asmat people, an indigenous group living in the swampy, forested lowlands along the island's southern coast. The Asmat were known for their elaborate carvings, vibrant rituals, and complex social structures, but they were also a people with a reputation for headhunting and cannibalism, practices rooted in cycles of warfare and spiritual belief. For Rockefeller, the Asmat represented both artistic richness and anthropological intrigue. By November, the expedition was winding down. On the morning of November 17th, Rockefeller and Dutch anthropologist René Wassing set out with 2 local guides in a small motorized canoe. Their destination was a cluster of Asmat villages on the Arafura Sea. As they traveled, the sea grew rough. Waves battered the canoe, and water poured in. By afternoon, the vessel capsized, stranding the 4 men adrift. The guides swam for help, leaving Rockefeller and Wassing clinging to the overturned hull. For a full day, the 2 floated in the swells. Supplies were gone, the current dragged them farther from shore, and the tropical sun beat down. On the morning of November 19th, Michael Rockefeller made a fateful decision. "I think I can make it," he told Wassing. He lashed together 2 empty jerrycans for flotation, slipped into the water, and began to swim. The nearest land was estimated at 10 miles away. It was the last time anyone saw him alive. When Wassing was rescued the following day, a massive search was launched. Dutch authorities, missionaries, and even the Rockefeller family mobilized resources. Helicopters swept the coastline. Boats patrolled the rivers and estuaries. Native villages were questioned, and missionaries traveled deep into Asmat territory, seeking answers. No sign of Michael Rockefeller was ever found. The official explanation, issued by Dutch authorities, was simple. He drowned at sea, his body carried away by currents or consumed by sharks. It was a tragic but not improbable fate. Yet the absence of a body, combined with the exotic and dangerous reputation of the Asmat, gave rise to other possibilities. The most persistent theory is that Rockefeller did, in fact, reach shore. According to this version, he swam successfully across the channel, only to encounter Asmat warriors. In the early 1960s, many Asmat villages still practiced ritual revenge killings. Dutch colonial patrols had violently suppressed an Asmat community. Just a few years earlier, killing men and burning homes. Some researchers argue that if Rockefeller had stumbled ashore in the wrong place, he may have been perceived not as a guest, but as a symbolic enemy. Stories circulated for decades of an outsider killed by the Asmat, sometimes whispered, sometimes denied. In the 1960s, Catholic missionaries hinted at rumors they had heard from local villagers. In the 1970s, journalists uncovered similar accounts, suggesting Rockefeller had been captured and killed, his body consumed as part of ritual practice. But these stories were never confirmed. They remained in the realm of hearsay, complicated by taboos and secrecy. For the Asmat, speaking openly about such matters was culturally forbidden. For outsiders, evidence was elusive. Another theory suggests Rockefeller survived and chose not to return. Fascinated by Asmat culture, could he have abandoned his old life and integrated into theirs? Some have speculated, though with little support, that he may have lived for years in obscurity, hidden from the world. No proof has ever surfaced to sustain this idea. Still, the mystery endures, because the truth, whether drowning, ritual killing, or voluntary disappearance, remains unverified. In 2014, journalist Carl Hoffman reignited debate with his book, Savage Harvest. After extensive fieldwork among the Asmat, Hoffman concluded that Rockefeller almost certainly reached land, only to be killed by warriors enacting a cycle of vengeance against the Dutch. Hoffman cited oral histories told in hushed tones by elders' accounts, suggesting Rockefeller's death was not accidental, but cultural and symbolic. Yet even this is not final proof. No physical evidence has ever been found. No remains, no artifacts, just fragments of testimony, shadowed by decades of time. The disappearance of Michael Rockefeller is remembered not only for the mystery itself, but for the way it symbolized a moment in history. It occurred at the intersection of two worlds, The modern West, with its wealth, technology, and ambition, and the traditional societies of poor, shaped by ancient cycles of war and ritual. Rockefeller's journey embodied both fascination and risk. To the Western imagination, it became a parable of contact, of what happens when one of the most privileged heirs of the 20th century seeks connection in a place untouched by modernity. For his family, the loss was personal and profound. For the wider world, it became an enduring riddle. More than 60 years later, the Arafura Sea is as restless as ever, and the Asmat continue their traditions, though headhunting and cannibalism are now long abandoned. But the question lingers: what became of Michael Rockefeller in those final hours? Did he slip beneath the waves, claimed by the sea? Or did he stagger ashore, only to meet a fate stranger, darker, and forever concealed by silence? The truth may never be known. Like so many mysteries, it rests somewhere between history and legend, between the restless ocean and the whispered stories of the forest. On November 19, 1961, Michael Rockefeller swam into the unknown and never returned. Ambrose Bierce, the disappearance of the wickedest man in San Francisco in the winter of 1913. Ambrose Bierce, writer, soldier, satirist, and one of America's sharpest literary voices, vanished into Mexico and into history. At 7 years old, he left behind a body of work filled with cynicism and wit, and a reputation as one of the fiercest critics of his age. He told friends he was traveling south, into a land torn apart by revolution. His last known letters placed him with Pancho Villa's rebel army. After that, there was silence. No grave, no confirmed witness, no final word. The disappearance of Ambrose Bierce has puzzled readers, historians, and storytellers for more than a century. A fittingly enigmatic end for a man whose life was defined by war, death, and a fascination with the macabre. Ambrose Gwinnett Bierce was born in 1842 in rural Ohio. The 10th of 13 children, his family was poor, but he devoured books and taught himself through constant reading. At the age of 19, he enlisted in the Union Army as the American Civil War broke out. Bierce fought in some of the war's bloodiest battles, Shiloh, Chickamauga, and Kennesaw Mountain. He saw friends and comrades killed in brutal fashion, and he himself was wounded by a gunshot to the head. The war marked him forever. Its violence and futility became recurring themes in his writing. His later short stories, including An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, were celebrated for their stark realism, dark irony, and psychological intensity. After the war, Bierce drifted west to San Francisco, where he became a journalist and satirist. His columns skewered politicians, businessmen, and public hypocrisy with unmatched venom. He gained a reputation as brilliant but ruthless, earning nicknames such as Bitter Bierce and the wickedest man in San Francisco. In 1906, he published The Devil's Dictionary, a cynical reimagining of the English lexicon. Its definitions reduced lofty ideals to biting truths. To Bierce, peace was a period of cheating between two periods of fighting. Faith was belief without evidence in what is told by one who speaks without knowledge of things without parallel. His worldview was shaped by disillusionment, war, personal tragedy, and failed relationships. 2 of his children died young, one by suicide. His marriage collapsed. By his 70s, Bierce was restless, irritable, and increasingly consumed by thoughts of death. In the fall of 1913, Bierce announced he was embarking on a final journey. He toured Civil War battlefields one last time, then headed south. He wrote to friends that he intended to observe the Mexican Revolution firsthand. At the time, Mexico was in turmoil. Revolutionary armies under Emiliano Zapata, Venustiano, and Francisco Pancho Villa were fighting for control after years of dictatorship. It was a landscape of shifting alliances, brutal reprisals, and constant violence. For a writer obsessed with war and mortality, it was an irresistible stage. Bierce's last confirmed letters were written in December 1913. In one, he told his secretary, "Goodbye. If you hear of my being stood up against a Mexican stone wall and shot 2 rags, please know that I think it is a pretty good way to depart this life." Another letter, dated December 26th, was sent from Chihuahua, where Pancho Villa's forces were active. Bierce wrote that he was with Villa's army and preparing to march south. After that, no trace. What became of Ambrose Bierce? The simplest theory is that he was killed during the Mexican Revolution. If he stayed with Villa's army, he could have fallen in battle, been executed or succumbed to illness. In the chaos of war, record-keeping was minimal, and the death of an elderly foreigner might have gone unnoticed. Another possibility is that he crossed paths with the wrong group, bandits, soldiers, or rebels, and was killed as a spy or an intruder. Stories emerged over the years of an old gringo executed by firing squad, but none could be verified. Some versions claimed Beers reached the city of Sierra Mojada, where he was said to have died, perhaps of illness. A priest in the region allegedly remembered burying an American of advanced age around that time, though no grave has ever been identified. Other theories are more speculative. Some suggest Beers staged his disappearance deliberately, seeking to vanish into legend. His fascination with death and his disdain for old age could have driven him to orchestrate a mysterious exit. In this interpretation, Beers chose Mexico precisely because it offered both danger and obscurity. To die in anonymity, or perhaps to vanish without evidence, was a way of turning his life into his final story. A few have even suggested he never went to Mexico at all, but instead retreated into isolation somewhere in the United States, cutting off all contact. There is no evidence for this, but it reflects the difficulty of pinning down a man who often thrived on contradiction. For decades, scholars, journalists, and enthusiasts have searched for traces. Books, films, and even novels have reimagined his final days. Yet the hard evidence remains vanishingly thin. A few letters, a handful of rumors, and a silence that begins in late December 1913 and stretches into eternity. The Mexican Revolution consumed countless lives, many unrecorded. Beers may have been one of them. Or he may have orchestrated his own disappearance, leaving history only questions. The irony of Beers's fate has often been noted. The man who wrote so vividly of war's cruelty, who dissected death with such cold precision, may himself have met an anonymous end in a foreign land. His own definition of death, from the Devil's Dictionary, reads, "The fate of all who were wrong about the other side." Perhaps, in some way, Beers anticipated the ambiguity of his own passing. More than a century has passed since Ambrose Bierce vanished. His stories remain staples of American literature. His satire still stings. His words still echo with grim humor. But his final act, whether accident, violence, or deliberate disappearance, remains unresolved. In life, he was a master of irony. In death, he became one. Somewhere, in the deserts or mountains of Mexico, in an unmarked grave, or perhaps nowhere at all, lies the answer to the riddle of Ambrose Bierce. Until then, the man who exposed the mysteries of war and death remains, himself, an unfinished story. Richard Halliburton, The Last Voyage of the Prince of Vagabonds. In March 1939, a young adventurer set sail across the Pacific in a Chinese junk. His name was Richard Halliburton, a writer, lecturer, and traveler celebrated for living a life of daring exploits. But this voyage would be his last. Somewhere between Hong Kong and San Francisco, his vessel vanished into the sea, leaving behind only fragments of radio transmissions and the enduring mystery of what happened to one of America's most flamboyant explorers. Richard Halliburton was born in 1900 in Brownsville, Tennessee. From an early age, he rejected the expectations of a conventional life. After graduating from Princeton, he chose not to pursue law or business, but instead to roam the world in search of adventure. By the 1920s, Halliburton had become a literary sensation. His books, such as The Royal Road to Romance and The Glorious Adventure, chronicled journeys that mixed history, myth, and personal daring. He swam the length of the Panama Canal, climbed the Matterhorn, retraced the path of Ulysses through the Mediterranean, and slept overnight in the Taj Mahal. Audiences loved him. He lectured to packed halls, his charisma and enthusiasm captivating thousands. To many, he represented freedom and youthful daring, a man unafraid to live out fantasies others only dreamed of. But behind the charm lay a restless spirit. By the late 1930s, Halliburton was looking for a final, dramatic project, something bigger than anything he had done before. The idea was bold. Halliburton would commission a replica of a traditional Chinese junk, a wooden sailing vessel centuries old. In design, he named it the Sea Dragon. His plan was to sail it across the Pacific Ocean, from Hong Kong to San Francisco, as a publicity stunt and a living link between East and West. The voyage would coincide with the Golden Gate International Exposition of 1939, and Halliburton hoped to arrive in San Francisco in triumph. Newspapers would follow the journey, and his arrival would be a grand spectacle. But even before departure, problems arose. The Sea Dragon was constructed in Hong Kong under tight deadlines and questionable workmanship. Naval experts raised concerns that the ship was poorly built and ill-suited for the vast Pacific. Halliburton, ever confident, brushed aside these warnings. The romance of the adventure outweighed the practical risks. On March 4, 1939, the Sea Dragon set sail from Hong Kong. A crew of 7 accompanied Halliburton, including his longtime companion and secretary, Paul Mooney. Spirits were high, and the press reported the departure with admiration. At first, the journey proceeded smoothly. The junk moved eastward into open waters, and Halliburton sent occasional radio updates. But soon the weather turned. By late March, the Sea Dragon was struggling against a powerful Pacific storm. Winds battered the sails, and waves crashed over the decks. On March 23, a chilling radio message was received. Having difficulty. Water coming in fast. Want immediate assistance. The transmission came from hundreds of miles west of Midway Island, a remote outpost in the Pacific. The coordinates placed the Sea Dragon in the midst of severe storms. After that message, there was silence. Rescue efforts were launched. Ships and planes searched the area, but no trace was found. Not a life raft, not a plank of wood, not a body. The Sea Dragon and all aboard had vanished. News of Halliburton's disappearance stunned the public. Newspapers across America carried the story of the missing adventurer. Families of the crew waited for word that never came. By May 1939, after weeks of fruitless searching, the U.S. government declared Richard Halliburton and his companions lost at sea. He was only 39 years old. The official explanation is simple. The Sea Dragon, poorly built and battered by storms, sank beneath the waves, taking all aboard with it. The Pacific is vast, and ships have vanished there for centuries without a trace. Yet, as with all great disappearances, speculation arose. Some wondered whether Halliburton might have survived washed ashore on a remote island, living in obscurity. Others imagined that the adventurer who had staged so many theatrical exploits had orchestrated one final vanishing act. But no evidence ever supported these ideas. The Pacific's immensity offers little room for romantic endings. Still, Halliburton's death or disappearance carried symbolic weight. He was a man who built his career on romance, on daring, on the illusion that life could be lived as perpetual adventure. To vanish at sea, in the midst of a grand voyage, seemed almost too fitting. His legacy, however, did not vanish. His books, he remained popular for years, inspiring young readers to travel, explore, and seek lives beyond convention. Though later generations would find his tone dated, tinged with the colonial romanticism of his era, his spirit of curiosity and daring remains recognizable. In the decades since, occasional theories have surfaced that Japanese naval vessels operating near Midway might have intercepted the junk, that the Sea Dragon may have broken apart more quickly than assumed, or that the last radio transmissions were misunderstood, placing the ship in the wrong location. None of these theories has been confirmed. The truth likely lies in the storm that swallowed the vessel whole. Richard Halliburton once wrote, "When the day comes that I leave, I hope it will be while still in motion, doing and seeing. I do not want to die in a bed." In March 1939, he got his wish. More than 80 years later, the Sea Dragon remains somewhere beneath the waves of the Pacific, undiscovered, its timbers claimed by salt and silence. Halliburton's name has faded from popular memory, but his life and his mysterious end remains a story of adventure, pursued to the very edge. He lived as if he were writing his own legend, and in the end, he disappeared into it. Jean Spangler, The Vanishing of a Hollywood Starleton. A September evening in 1949, a young woman walked out of her small Hollywood apartment and vanished. Her name was Jean Spangler, a dancer, actress, an aspiring star, known to friends for her charm, ambition, and quiet determination. She never returned. Jean Spangler's disappearance has remained one of Hollywood's most enduring mysteries, a case tangled in ambition, secrecy, and speculation, a reflection of a city that promises dreams but sometimes delivers only shadows. Jean Elizabeth Spangler was born in Seattle in 1923, the only child of Raymond and Anna Spangler. She showed early talent in dance and theater, eventually moving to Los Angeles in her late teens to pursue a career in show business. By 1949, she had appeared in small roles in films and on stage. working tirelessly to break into Hollywood's competitive world. Her personal life, however, was more complicated. At 26, she was recently separated from her first husband and reportedly struggling to make ends meet. Friends described her as ambitious, yet private, energetic but sometimes restless, a woman navigating the pressures of fame, relationships, and survival in a city that could be both glamorous and unforgiving. On the morning of September 16, 1949, Jean Spangler left her apartment in Los Angeles. She told friends she had errands to run, including picking up a dress from a costume shop and visiting a friend. She was dressed modestly, carrying a purse, and seemed calm, though some later recalled a trace of distraction in her demeanor. That afternoon, she was reportedly seen buying groceries. Later, she was observed getting into a car with a man at the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Western Avenue. Beyond this, her movements become uncertain, and the trail goes cold. By the next day, when she failed to show up for a scheduled appointment, friends and family realized she was missing. Concern quickly escalated. The initial investigation uncovered a few perplexing details. Jean's apartment was left largely intact. No signs of struggle were apparent. Her purse, coat, and personal belongings were all gone, as though she had stepped out, expecting to return. The most notable clue emerged when police found a cryptic note among her belongings. The note, written on small pieces of paper, contained fragments of a message with names, addresses, and references that have never been fully deciphered. One section read, "Dear Bill, I will be gone until tomorrow. Can't wait to see you. Please don't worry about me. Love, Jean." The note suggested she may have been planning a meeting or rendezvous, but investigators could not determine who Bill was, or whether the note was genuine, coerced, or part of something else entirely. Speculation surrounding Jean Spangler's disappearance has endured for decades. One prominent theory involves connections to Hollywood's underworld. Los Angeles in the late 1940s was a city of burgeoning entertainment and hidden corruption, with rumors of organized crime, black market dealings, and dangerous liaisons, sometimes reaching into the lives of aspiring actors and dancers. Some investigators suggested that Jean might have become entangled in such a network, whether voluntarily or inadvertently, then her disappearance reflected consequences of a secret world operating beneath the city's glamorous surface. Others speculated about personal troubles or a possible voluntary escape, though her family and friends consistently insisted she would not abandon her life without warning. Hollywood lore has also linked Spangler's case to more sensational theories. Over the years, writers and amateur detectives have tried to connect her to high-profile figures and mysterious deaths in the city, pointing to alleged mob connections, unconfirmed sightings, or even political scandals. Yet no verifiable evidence has emerged to support these claims. Police files and newspaper accounts from the time remain frustratingly sparse. Witness statements were contradictory, leads often led nowhere, and no physical trace of Jean Spangler has ever been recovered. The case remains officially unsolved. Despite decades of investigation and media attention, the disappearance retains a sense of eerie immediacy. It is not just a story of a missing person. It is a snapshot of post-war Hollywood, a young woman caught between ambition and peril, walking streets lined with both opportunity and danger. Before vanishing without explanation, the human element of the story is compelling. Jean Spangler was more than a name in a missing person report. Friends remembered her as vivacious, creative, and fiercely determined, someone who pursued her goals despite obstacles. Family members have long expressed hope for answers, but also acknowledgement of the impossibility of closure. Her disappearance became a cautionary tale of Hollywood's hidden hazards, a reminder that the city of stars could also be a city of shadows. It has inspired books, documentaries, and journalistic inquiries. Yet each new investigation circles back to the same void. Jean Spangler, last seen on a Hollywood street, never to be accounted for. Even the passage of time has not erased the mystery. Rumors occasionally surface: a sighting in another city, an unverified letter, an anecdote passed down, but all remain unsubstantiated. The absence of closure keeps the story alive, transforming it from a local news item into an enduring symbol of the unknown. The disappearance also underscores the fragility of human narrative. A single life, vibrant and full of ambition, can be reduced to fragments: a note, a few sightings, a last remembered smile. The world moves on, but the mystery lingers. haunting the streets where it began. In reflecting on Jean Spangler's vanishing, one is reminded of the delicate balance between curiosity and caution, ambition and risk. She sought the stage, the spotlight, the life she envisioned, but the forces she encountered remained speculative, shrouded in secrecy and speculation. More than 70 years later, Jean Spangler's story remains unresolved. The streets of Los Angeles have changed, but the echoes of that September evening persist. Somewhere among the city's alleyways, boulevards, and shadows, her fate waits, hidden from view, leaving only the enduring question: what truly happened to Jean Spangler? Her disappearance is a mystery without an ending, a reminder that some stories, no matter how carefully traced, resist conclusion. Judge Joseph Crater, the vanishing of a Supreme Court justice in the evening of August 6, 1930. A distinguished New York judge left his office and disappeared without a trace. His name was Joseph Force Crater, a man whose reputation, ambitions, and mysterious absence would become one of the most notorious unsolved cases in American legal history. Crater's vanishing sparked headlines across the nation and ignited speculation that endures to this day. Was it a simple disappearance, a crime of opportunity, or something far more complex? Joseph Crater was born in 1889 in Rochester, New York. He excelled in law from an early age, graduating from law school and quickly ascending the ranks of the legal profession. In 1923, he was appointed to the New York Supreme Court, where he gained respect for his intellect and demeanor, though his career was also marked by controversies and whispered allegations of impropriety. Colleagues described him as meticulous in the courtroom but charming in social settings. Friends noted his love of the theater, nightlife, and fine dining, a socialite as much as a jurist. This combination of professionalism and flair made him a well-known figure in Manhattan circles, but it also created enemies and perhaps risky associations. By 1930, Crater's life was at a crossroads. He was facing mounting pressures, rumors of financial mismanagement, allegations of accepting gifts from lawyers with cases before him, and personal stresses stemming from his private relationships. Publicly, he maintained a dignified persona, but privately, there were cracks. On the evening of August 6th, he dined at the Biltmore Hotel, attended a theater performance, and reportedly appeared relaxed. He was seen leaving the theater alone, heading toward a social engagement tour, so it seemed. After that, the trail ends. The next day, Crater failed to appear in court. Initially, his absence was attributed to illness or delay, but when he did not respond to calls or inquiries, concern grew. By August 10th, the New York Times reported the disappearance, and a media frenzy began. Investigators quickly discovered that Crater had left behind personal belongings at his residence: his hat, some clothing, and personal papers. His car remained parked nearby. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of struggle, and no ransom note. The suddenness of his disappearance deepened the mystery. What followed was a massive investigation. Police interviewed friends, colleagues, and anyone who might have seen Crater that night. Theories ranged from voluntary flight to financial ruin, to abduction or even murder. Some speculated that he had staged his own disappearance to escape mounting pressures. Others suggested he had been the victim of a criminal plot, possibly tied to the allegations surrounding his judicial conduct. Over the following weeks, leads came and went: reports of a man resembling Crater on the docks of New Jersey, sightings in upstate New York, and even tips from Havana. None were ever substantiated. His disappearance became fodder for newspapers, late-night conversations, and a public hungry for intrigue. Some historians have suggested that Crater may have fallen victim to foul play connected to organized crime or political corruption. New York in the 1930s was a city rife with influence, and judges wielded substantial power over real estate, business disputes, and labor issues. It is plausible, some argue, that Crater's disappearance was orchestrated to silence him or protect certain interests. Others propose that Crater's vanishing was self-imposed. He had the means, charisma, and resources to disappear deliberately, perhaps to live anonymously elsewhere. Yet, no evidence of a new identity, travel, or resettlement was ever uncovered. In the decades that followed, Crater's case spawned a lexicon in American culture. The phrase, "a Joseph Crater," came to mean someone who vanished inexplicably. Detectives, journalists, and amateur sleuths have revisited the case repeatedly, but the essential question remains: Where did Judge Joseph Crater go? Theories abound. Some claim he boarded a ship and fled to Europe or South America. Others believe he was murdered in New York and buried in an unmarked grave. A few suggest an accidental death, with his body lost in the rivers or sewers of Manhattan. Each theory has advocates and skeptics, but none can be confirmed. Crater simply disappeared, leaving behind only speculation and the occasional alleged sighting. Fading gradually into legend, the human element of the story is poignant. Crater's wife and family endured uncertainty for the rest of their lives. They grappled with the shame, public attention, and the cruel ambiguity of a disappearance that had no closure. The legal community, meanwhile, was forced to navigate the implications of a missing judge, raising questions about case management, ethics, and trust in public officials. Even today, Crater's name resonates as a symbol of mystery, blending crime, politics, and human curiosity. His disappearance is not merely a historical footnote, it is a reminder of the fragility of identity, the allure of speculation, and the enduring fascination of an unresolved enigma. As the years passed, numerous supposed clues surfaced. A scrap of a newspaper article, a passing mention in an old police ledger, or a faded photograph of a man resembling Crater. Each offered hope and tantalized investigators, yet each eventually dissolved into uncertainty. The case remains officially unsolved. New York City has changed dramatically since 1930, but the memory of Crater's disappearance lingers, haunting both history and imagination. Judge Joseph Crater walked out of his office one August evening and vanished from the world without explanation. In the absence of answers, the mystery endures like a shadow lingering in Manhattan streets, reminding us that even those who hold the law in their hands can disappear into its unknown depths. And somewhere, buried in rumor, memory, or the city itself, the truth of Judge Joseph Crater waits silent, elusive, and still unclaimed. Bobby Dunbar, the boy who vanished in the summer of 1912, an 8-year-old boy disappeared from a Louisiana family's lakeside outing. His name was Bobby Dunbar. What followed would become one of America's most perplexing and emotionally charged mysteries, a story of loss, mistaken identity, and questions that lingered for generations. Bobby Dunbar's disappearance was not merely a missing person case, it was a tale that touched hearts across the nation, revealing the fragile intersections of memory, trust, and the desperate hope of parents clinging to a child they feared lost forever. Bobby Dunbar was born in 1908 in Opelousas, Louisiana, the youngest of 4 children in a close-knit family. In August 1912, the Dunbars embarked on a fishing trip near Swayze Lake in St. Landry Parish. Bobby, energetic and curious, accompanied his parents on the outing, expecting a brief summer adventure. But on August 23rd, Bobby vanished. He was last seen near the water, playing while his family set up camp. When night fell and the boy had not returned, panic set in. Search parties scoured the surrounding woods and shoreline, but no trace of Bobby Dunbar could be found. The disappearance captured the public's attention. Newspapers printed descriptions of the missing boy, urging readers to report sightings. The Dunbars, distraught and exhausted, pleaded for help. Weeks passed with no sign of Bobby, and hope began to wane. Then, 8 months later, a breakthrough emerged. A boy matching Bobby's description was found in Mississippi, in the care of a traveling handyman named William Cantwell Walters. Walters claimed the boy was his own child, but local authorities believed otherwise. Soon, the boy was returned to the Dunbars amid a media frenzy. The child, quiet and somewhat withdrawn, was accepted by the Dunbars as their missing son. Photographs circulated in newspapers, and the public rejoiced at the reunion. Yet, the story was far from settled. William Walters maintained that the boy was not Bobby Dunbar, but his own child, whom he had raised. His insistence prompted a sensational legal battle. In a court case that gripped the nation, witnesses testified on both sides. Family members swore the boy was Bobby, citing physical resemblance and mannerisms. Walters argued otherwise, claiming the child had been mistakenly identified. Ultimately, the court sided with the boy was officially recognized as Bobby Dunbar, returned to his family, and the case was declared closed. But doubts lingered. Even within the Dunbar family, subtle unease persisted. Was the boy truly Bobby, or had a tragic mix-up occurred, leaving two families forever altered? For decades, the mystery remained unresolved, a source of quiet speculation and occasional controversy. stories circulated of the boy exhibiting behaviors inconsistent with the Dunbars' recollections. Friends and relatives recounted moments that seemed to suggest the child was not entirely who he claimed to be. Yet public acknowledgement remained constrained by the official ruling. In 2004, nearly a century after the disappearance, scientific advances brought new insight. DNA testing was performed on descendants of Bobby Dunbar and the child who had been returned to the Dunbar family. The results were astonishing. The boy raised by the Dunbars was not biologically related to them. This revelation confirmed long-suspected doubts. Bobby Dunbar had, in fact, been a different child, and the true fate of the missing boy remains unknown. The historical resolution brought clarity, yet deepened the emotional complexity of the story. For the Dunbars, the joy of reunion had been tragically mistaken. For Walters, vindication arrived too late, in the form of DNA decades after his death. The story of Bobby Dunbar underscores the profound fragility of memory and identity. In an era before modern forensic science, families relied on recognition, testimony, and hope. The small details, a boy's gestures, his speech, his favorite songs, became evidence in an uncertain reality. It also illuminates the media's role in shaping public perception. Newspapers sensationalized the case, printing photographs and dramatic accounts that influenced public opinion long before the truth could be verified. The Dunbar story became emblematic of early 20th century fascination with sensational crime and disappearance stories, intertwining tragedy with collective imagination. Yet the ultimate question persists: what became of the real Bobby Dunbar? Did he perish shortly after vanishing from Swayze Lake, lost to the wilderness, or did he survive, living a life unknown to history? The answer remains elusive, hidden in the past, beyond the reach of both law and science. The case also invites reflection on human attachment and resilience. The Dunbars' love for the child they believed to be their son was genuine, heartfelt, and transformative. Walter's decades-long insistence on truth demonstrates the enduring power of conviction. In this tangled web of hope, loss, and mistaken identity, the human heart emerges as both witness and participant in the unfolding drama. Today, the story of Bobby Dunbar is remembered as more than a historical curiosity. It is a cautionary tale about certainty and assumption, about the limits of human perception, and the consequences of decisions made under emotional duress. It is a narrative that bridges psychology, sociology, and forensic science, showing how a single event can ripple across generations. While DNA testing solved one piece of the puzzle, the ultimate mystery remains: the location and fate of the original Bobby Dunbar. That child, lost to time, may have grown up under another name, in another place, entirely unaware of the national saga that once surrounded him. The legacy of the case is both somber and compelling, a reminder of the fragility of family bonds, the power of mistaken identity, and the enduring question of what might have been. In the absence of definitive answers, the story of Bobby Dunbar endures, quietly haunting the shores of Swayze Lake and the collective memory of those who seek to reconcile loss with hope. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of history, the true Bobby Dunbar remains a ghostly presence, a child lost, a story unresolved, and a mystery that still waits for its conclusion. The Beaumont children, Australia's enduring mystery. On a warm afternoon in January 1966, 3 siblings left their home in Adelaide, South Australia, and vanished without a trace. Jane Arna and Grant Beaumont were ordinary children, eager to enjoy the summer holiday. Yet that simple outing would become one of the most haunting and enduring mysteries in Australian history. The disappearance of the Beaumont children captured the nation's attention and never truly left it. It is a story of innocence lost, questions unanswered, and a mystery that continues to shadow the collective memory of a community. Jane Beaumont was 12 years old, Arna 10, and Grant just 8. On the morning of January 26, 1966, the 3 children planned a short walk from their home in Somerton Park to a nearby beach. The stroll was routine, familiar, and considered safe by their parents. They promised to return before lunchtime, but that return never came. When the children did not arrive home as expected, their parents began a frantic search. Neighbors, friends, and local authorities were quickly involved. Initially, it was assumed the children might have wandered off or been delayed by play. But as hours turned into days, concern escalated into fear. Police quickly initiated a search across Adelaide and surrounding areas, Flyers and newspaper articles circulated, depicting the children's faces and urging anyone with information to come forward. Yet, as the days passed, no reliable sightings emerged, and the trail grew cold. The disappearance shocked Australia. Somerton Park was considered a safe suburb, a place where children could roam freely. The notion that 3 young siblings could vanish into thin air without witnesses or evidence seemed impossible. And yet, it had happened. The investigation into the Beaumont children's disappearance was extensive. Law enforcement considered countless leads, from accidental drownings to abductions. Witnesses reported seeing children resembling the Beaumont near a beach kiosk or walking with unknown adults, but no account could be confirmed. The case was complicated by its timing. In the 1960s, forensic science was in its infancy. Techniques that might identify missing persons today, DNA testing, computerized databases, and rapid cross-referencing of public records, were unavailable. Police relied largely on interviews, sketches, and public tips, many of which were contradictory or false. Over the years, numerous theories emerged. Some believed the children had been kidnapped by a stranger for unknown motives. Others suggested the involvement of someone the family knew, though no evidence ever substantiated this. There were accounts of suspicious individuals seen in the area, including a man with a history of criminal behavior, but none were definitively linked to the case. The possibility of accidental death was also considered. The beach and surrounding cliffs were not dangerous by contemporary standards, but accidents can occur, and the absence of evidence left this theory plausible. Yet, no remains or belongings were ever found. In the decades that followed, the disappearance became a touchstone for the Australian public. Media outlets revisited the story repeatedly, and amateur sleuths and historians examined the details with renewed scrutiny. Each lead seemed tantalizing yet frustratingly inconclusive. In the 1990s and 2000s, as law enforcement methods improved, the case was re-examined with modern investigative techniques. Age progression images of the children were created, and cold case teams reviewed witness statements and archival material. Still, the essential truth remained elusive. Some investigators suggested connections to other missing children cases or to patterns of predatory behavior along Australia's southern coast. Though no definitive link has ever been established, the mystery persists, in part because the children were young, innocent, and easily overlooked, leaving few clues to trace their final movements. The human dimension of the case is striking. The Beaumont family endured decades of uncertainty, public scrutiny, and unanswered questions. For a family, not knowing whether a child is lost, harmed, or living elsewhere can be a source of lifelong anguish. This uncertainty resonates universally, explaining in part why the story continues to captivate successive generations. Psychologists and criminologists have examined the case, exploring how memory, rumor, and expectation influence public perception. Witnesses who believed they saw the children may have been influenced by media coverage or hope. Even today, alleged sightings occasionally resurface, highlighting the enduring tension between fact and speculation. The disappearance also left a mark on Australian law and society. It prompted reforms in missing persons investigations, influenced public awareness campaigns, and shaped how communities respond to child safety concerns. The Beaumont children's story is both a historical mystery and a catalyst for change, demonstrating how a single event can ripple through legal and social frameworks. Despite all efforts, the essential question remains unanswered. What truly happened to Jane Arner and Grant Beaumont? Did they fall victim to a crime, wander into danger, or disappear under circumstances that will never be known? Every lead, every tip, every clue has been pursued, yet the final truth has evaded discovery. Today, the case of the Beaumont children is remembered not only for the disappearance itself, but for the unresolved tension it created. In a society that values safety, family, and order, their absence represents a rare, enduring anomaly. The children's fate remains an open question, a gap in history that invites reflection, speculation, and hope. The story continues to be retold, studied, and mourned. Photographs of the children, frozen in time, serve as reminders of innocence lost and the fragility of certainty. For Australians and the wider world, the Beaumont children are a symbol of both mystery and enduring human concern. And so, decades after that fateful summer afternoon, the trail remains cold, the questions unanswered, and the memory of 3 young children lingers a quiet, haunting presence along the shores of Somerton Park, waiting for a resolution that may never come. Emanuela Orlandi, the vanishing within the Vatican in the quiet streets of Rome. A young girl vanished one ordinary summer evening, leaving behind questions that remain unanswered to this day. Emanuela Orlandi, 14 years old, disappeared. On June 22, 1983, her disappearance was more than a missing person. Case it became a complex web of mystery, suspicion, and unanswered inquiries, intertwining the sacred halls of the Vatican with the shadows of international intrigue. Emanuela was an ordinary teenager, a student at the prestigious Scuola Pontificia in Rome, and a member of a devout Catholic family. Her father worked in the Vatican's financial administration, a connection that would later fuel speculation about her disappearance. On that day in 1983, Emanuela left a music lesson and never returned home. Her absence quickly alarmed her family. The Orlandi household was filled with worry as hours turned into days and days into weeks. Italian authorities launched an investigation, questioning acquaintances, classmates, and anyone connected to the Vatican. Yet, from the start, the case was unusual. The investigation's proximity to Vatican City, a sovereign entity with its own legal jurisdiction, added layers of complication and secrecy that hindered progress. News of Emanuela's disappearance spread rapidly through Rome, capturing the attention of both media and public. The Italian press reported extensively, detailing the girl's last known movements and the search efforts, while officials faced the challenge of navigating diplomacy, jurisdiction, and the peculiarities of Vatican law. Over the years, multiple theories emerged. Some suggested Emanuela had been kidnapped by criminal organizations seeking leverage. Others speculated about connections to political groups active in Italy during the 1980s, including terrorist factions and extremist cells, pointing to a turbulent period in Italian history marked by kidnappings and unresolved crimes. One particularly persistent narrative involved alleged financial scandals linked to the Vatican Bank, which fueled speculation that Emanuela's disappearance might be tied to coercion or intimidation. Letters and anonymous messages received by her family claimed she was being held, yet none of these communications provided verifiable proof or led to her recovery. In 1983, a note arrived at a newspaper claiming that Emanuela had been abducted as part of a plot involving international operatives and financial negotiations. While sensational, investigators could not confirm its authenticity. Similar letters and calls would continue to surface over the decades, each adding layers of intrigue while simultaneously deepening the mystery. The Vatican itself became a focal point of scrutiny. Some theories proposed that individuals within its walls may have had knowledge of her fate. Investigators and journalists noted that certain information remained inaccessible, and official cooperation was often limited by the unique legal and political status of Vatican City. Despite numerous investigations spanning decades, Orlandi's fate remains unknown. Her family, tireless in their pursuit of answers, has petitioned authorities, requested access to Vatican archives, and pursued leads across Italy and beyond. Each clue has been examined with care, but the trail has consistently gone cold. The public fascination with the case persists, partly because of the many contradictions and inconsistencies that surround it. Eyewitness accounts, purported confessions, and conflicting reports have created a narrative as much about speculation as about confirmed fact. Yet underlying all of it is a stark, undeniable reality. A young girl disappeared, and the reasons remain shrouded in uncertainty. The case of Emanuela Orlandi intersects with broader themes of power, secrecy, and influence. In a city where religion, governance, and diplomacy converge, the lines between public responsibility and private protection are often blurred. The Orlandi case illuminates the challenges of pursuing truth in an environment where information is tightly controlled, and where even the most diligent inquiries can be obstructed by institutional or political barriers. Sociologists and criminologists have also examined the case for its psychological and cultural dimensions. The disappearance of a child within such a prominent context amplifies societal anxiety, shaping public perception and influencing collective memory. The Orlandi case is not just a historical event, it is a symbol of uncertainty, a reminder that even in the heart of power, ordinary lives can vanish without explanation. Over the decades, the story has been revisited repeatedly, investigators have opened old files, re-examined witnesses, and pursued leads in previously unexplored directions. High-profile interventions, including appeals from international figures, have occasionally brought renewed attention. Yet, each investigation has underscored a central frustration. Despite the passage of time and advances in forensic science, the core mystery endures. Recent developments have fueled both hope and renewed skepticism. Reports of bones, underground tunnels, and letters purporting to reveal secrets have circulated in the media, often generating intense public interest, only to be dismissed or disproven. Each turn in the case reinforces the pattern of tantalizing possibilities followed by frustrating dead ends. Emanuela Orlandi's disappearance remains emblematic of the enduring challenges of unsolved cases. Her story is a testament to the limits of certainty and the persistence of human curiosity. It is also a profound reminder of the human cost of unresolved mysteries, the decades-long anguish endured by her family, the uncertainty that shadows every anniversary, and the collective yearning for closure. The Orlandi case continues to inspire books, documentaries, and journalistic investigations. Scholars and investigators debate every detail, weighing the plausibility of criminal networks, political plots, and institutional complicity. Yet, the definitive truth remains elusive, leaving open questions that extend far beyond the disappearance itself. Even now, decades after that summer day in 1983, Emanuela Orlandi's fate remains an open chapter. The streets of Rome remember her footsteps, the music lessons she attended, and the laughter of a girl whose life was abruptly interrupted. And somewhere, in files locked away or memories fading with time, the answers may still lie, hidden awaiting discovery, or perhaps destined to remain just out of reach in the absence of certainty. The story persists, a quiet but persistent reminder that some mysteries, even in the heart of power and history, never truly end. Natalie Holloway, The Vanishing on Arabon. The night of May 30th, 2005, a young woman stepped off a tour bus in Aruba, eager to experience the freedom and excitement of a tropical vacation. Natalie Holloway, 18 years old, was traveling with friends to celebrate the end of her high school year. She was bright, adventurous, and full of promise, but she would never return home. Natalie's disappearance became an international story almost immediately. In a matter of hours, what had begun as a missing person case escalated into a mystery that would captivate the world, spanning continents, generating speculation, and leaving questions that remain unanswered. Natalie Holloway had traveled from her hometown of Mountain Brook, Alabama, to the Caribbean island of Aruba, a popular tourist destination known for its white sandy beaches and vibrant nightlife. On that fateful evening, she and a group of classmates went out to explore the local scene. Reports later indicated that she was last seen outside a nightclub in Ungested, the island's capital, appearing in high spirits but seemingly alone. At the end of the night, when Natalie failed to return to her hotel, her friends alerted authorities. Initial assumptions suggested she may have wandered off or gotten lost, but as hours passed, concern turned to alarm. Law enforcement launched a search that would grow increasingly desperate and highly publicized, involving local police, volunteers, and eventually federal authorities from the United States. The investigation quickly faced challenges. Aruba, a small island nation, had limited resources for such a high-profile case. Language barriers, cultural differences, and jurisdictional issues complicated the effort to gather information and coordinate search operations. Yet, despite these obstacles, authorities and volunteers scoured beaches, waterways, and roads, looking for any sign of Natalie or evidence of foul play. From the beginning, suspicions fell on a group of local men who had been seen with Natalie that evening. Among them, Joran van der Sloot, a young Dutch national, became a central figure in the investigation. Statements, inconsistencies, and repeated media attention made him a focal point, though he consistently denied involvement. Multiple interrogations and attempts to extract confessions produced no definitive proof, linking him or anyone else to her disappearance. Over the years, theories about what happened to Natalie Holloway have ranged widely. Some investigators suspected kidnapping, potentially tied to criminal activity. Others proposed accidental death, perhaps due to the island's treacherous terrain or environmental hazards. Each theory was examined against the evidence or the lack thereof, but none could be conclusively proven. The media played a central role in shaping public perception of the case. Television broadcasts, tabloid coverage, and online forums amplified both verified facts and unconfirmed rumors. Every reported sighting, every interview, every supposed tip generated a frenzy of attention, sometimes helping the investigation, but also obscuring clarity with misinformation. Family advocacy became a defining element of the Holloway story. Natalie's parents, Beth and Dave Holloway, refused to abandon the search. They traveled repeatedly to Aruba, cooperating with authorities, consulting private investigators, and appearing in media interviews to appeal for information. Their determination kept the case in the public eye and provided a human dimension to the narrative, reminding the world that, behind the headlines, was a family seeking answers that never came. Technological limitations at the time also hindered the investigation, while modern forensic methods, DNA analysis, advanced tracking, and satellite surveillance have revolutionized missing person investigations. In 2005, the tools available were more constrained. Evidence was often circumstantial, witness memories were inconsistent, and environmental conditions on the island complicated forensic collection. Despite repeated searches, surveillance of suspects, and numerous tip lines, Natalie's body was never recovered. Leads have surfaced sporadically over the years, including alleged confessions, undercover operations, and purported tips from individuals claiming knowledge of her fate. Yet each investigation, while thorough, ultimately produced inconclusive results. The case has had a lasting cultural and legal impact. In the United States, it drew attention to the vulnerability of young travelers abroad and highlighted the need for international cooperation in missing person cases. In Aruba, it prompted discussions about law enforcement practices, transparency, and accountability in investigations involving tourists. Natalie Holloway's disappearance is now often cited as a cautionary tale about the risks and uncertainties inherent in travel, particularly for young adults. Over time, other developments kept the mystery alive. In 2010, Joran van der Sloot was implicated in a separate criminal case in Peru, drawing renewed attention to his potential involvement in Natalie's disappearance. Investigators revisited old leads, reviewed witness statements, and attempted to reconcile past inconsistencies, but no breakthrough emerged that could resolve the case definitively. The unresolved nature of Natalie Holloway's disappearance has left a lingering sense of uncertainty and unresolved grief. Public fascination is fueled by the combination of mystery, repeated media coverage, and the human need for closure. Her case reminds us that even in an era of advanced technology and global communication, some truths remain stubbornly elusive. Psychologists, criminologists, and journalists have studied the case for its broader implications. They note how hope, rumor, and public attention intersect with real investigative challenges, creating a narrative that blends fact, speculation, and emotional resonance. Natalie's story is not just about a missing person, it is about the way communities, families, and societies respond to tragedy and ambiguity. Today, nearly 2 decades later, Natalie Holloway remains missing. Her disappearance continues to provoke questions. Was she abducted, or did an accident occur? Who, if anyone, holds the key to understanding what truly happened that night in Aruba? Every theory has its advocates, every clue has been examined, yet the definitive answers remain elusive. Natalie Holloway's story persists as a somber reminder of the fragility of safety, the enduring anguish of unanswered questions, and the human need for closure. Her name endures in media, advocacy, and memory, and the world continues to search not only for her, but for the truth that may still lie hidden in the shadows of that fateful night. Even now, the streets of Aringosted, the shores of Aruba, and the memories of a family hold on to a haunting uncertainty, a quiet reminder that some disappearances leave gaps in history that may never be filled. Madeleine McCann, the disappearance in Praia da Luzon the evening of May 3, 2007. A 3-year-old girl disappeared from her holiday apartment in Praia da Luz, Portugal. Madeleine McCann, known to family and friends as Maddie, was on vacation with her parents, Kate and Gary McCann, and her younger siblings. What began as a routine family evening turned into a mystery that would captivate the world, dominate headlines, and remain unresolved for over a decade. Madeleine's parents had dined with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant while keeping a routine check on their children in the apartment just a short distance away. Around 10 p.m., Kate McCann returned to the apartment to find Madeleine missing from her bed. The window was closed, and no signs of forced entry were immediately evident. Panic quickly escalated, and within hours, authorities were involved, launching what would become one of the most widely publicized missing person investigations in modern history. The initial investigation faced immediate complications. Praia da Luz, a small resort town, was heavily populated with tourists during the holiday season. The influx of people created a complex environment for gathering reliable eyewitness accounts. Law enforcement, unfamiliar with the high-profile nature of the case, encountered challenges in coordinating witness interviews, securing the scene, and managing media scrutiny that was both relentless and invasive. Portuguese authorities initially considered the possibility of abduction. The apartment showed no clear evidence of a struggle, but the lack of other explanations, combined with Madeleine's young age, intensified suspicions. Within days, the case drew international attention, with the McCanns appealing directly to the public for assistance. Media outlets worldwide reported on every development, turning Madeleine's disappearance into a global story almost immediately. Over the years, multiple theories have emerged, each attempting to explain what happened that night. Some suggested that Madeleine had been taken by a stranger, possibly for trafficking or ransom. Others hypothesized that her disappearance was the result of a tragic accident, with her body later removed or concealed. Every lead sparked both hope and frustration, yet tangible evidence remained scarce. Portuguese authorities initially pursued local leads, questioning neighbors, holidaymakers, and staff at nearby resorts. However, conflicting witness accounts, memory lapses, and the sheer volume of potential witnesses complicated the investigation. Meanwhile, the McCanns faced intense scrutiny, with some media sources and public commentators speculating about their involvement. Despite repeated investigations and exhaustive searches, no definitive proof ever implicated them. The case took a new turn when British authorities launched a parallel investigation in 2011, Operation Grange, under the Metropolitan Police Service. This effort sought to re-examine the evidence, interview new witnesses, and explore fresh leads using modern forensic techniques. Detectives worked meticulously, sifting through files, reanalyzing timelines, and attempting to reconcile conflicting accounts from multiple sources. Yet even with these renewed efforts, the trail remained frustratingly cold. The involvement of multiple law enforcement agencies across different countries introduced both opportunities and challenges. International collaboration allowed access to resources, expertise, and intelligence, but also created jurisdictional complexities and procedural delays. Each lead required careful verification, as the proliferation of misinformation threatened to obscure genuine evidence. Over time, several suspects have emerged, including individuals with prior criminal histories and those reported by witnesses in Praia da Luz. Yet every named person has either been cleared or lacked sufficient evidence for prosecution. The Portuguese authorities eventually archived the case, only for it to be reopened later as new evidence or potential leads surfaced. Each reopening renewed global interest, yet none produced conclusive answers. Media coverage has played a dual role in the McCann case. On one hand, extensive reporting has kept Madeleine's story alive, ensuring that tips, sightings, and information reach law enforcement. On the other hand, sensationalized narratives and public speculation have complicated the investigation, sometimes generating false leads or undermining serious inquiries. The McCann case demonstrates how public attention can be both a tool and a hindrance in high-profile missing person investigations. The emotional toll on Madeleine's family has been profound. Kate and Gary McCann have remained publicly and privately committed to finding their daughter. They have coordinated searches, appealed to global audiences, and collaborated with law enforcement, all while navigating intense media scrutiny and public debate. Their persistence has inspired widespread support, advocacy for missing children, and awareness campaigns, transforming their personal tragedy into a cause with global resonance. Advances in forensic science have provided some hope over the years. Digital reconstruction, DNA analysis, and enhanced profiling techniques offer new possibilities for identification, even years after disappearance. Investigators continue to explore leads involving sightings across Europe and beyond, each claim carefully scrutinized for authenticity. Yet, despite technological advancements, Madeleine's whereabouts remain unknown, emphasizing the challenges inherent in cases where the initial moments are critical but unobserved. The McCann case also illustrates broader social and psychological dimensions. The disappearance of a child resonates universally, creating intense public empathy, anxiety, and fascination. It highlights vulnerabilities inherent in travel, childcare, and communal vigilance. Madeleine's story became a lens through which societies examine parental responsibility, media ethics, and the mechanisms of law enforcement in cross-border investigations. In the years since her disappearance, Madeleine McCann has become a symbol of unresolved tragedy. Every anniversary, every tip, and every investigative breakthrough or dead end reminds the world that some questions resist closure. Her case is more than a missing person story. It is a complex interplay of human emotion, procedural investigation, media attention, and global scrutiny. Even now, more than a decade later, Madeleine McCann's fate remains uncertain. Her name is etched in public memory, and her disappearance continues to inspire search efforts, awareness campaigns, and investigative scrutiny. The gaps in knowledge, the who, the how, and the where remain tantalizingly open, ensuring that the story is not only remembered but actively pondered. The beaches of Praia da Luz, once a place of sun and laughter, now carry the quiet weight of absence, a reminder that a single evening can alter countless lives, leaving mysteries that time alone cannot resolve. Somewhere in the world, the answers may still exist, hidden just beyond reach, waiting for a day when the truth emerges. From shadow into light. Asha Degreed, the girl who walked into the night in the early hours of February 14, 2000. A 9-year-old girl quietly left her home in Shelby, North Carolina. Asha Degreed, an intelligent and introverted 4th grader, vanished into the dark, cold night without a trace. What began as a seemingly ordinary morning would soon unravel into a baffling mystery that has puzzled investigators, intrigued the public, and left a small town searching for answers for more than 2 decades. Asha lived with her mother and older brother in a modest neighborhood. She was known for her academic curiosity, her quiet determination, and her habit of taking solitary walks. That particular night, a storm had passed, leaving the streets wet and the air sharp with winter cold. Sometime before dawn, Asha packed a small bag, wrapped herself in layers of clothing, and set out on foot. She was never seen by her family again. The initial response to Asha's disappearance was immediate but complicated. Her parents noticed her absence early in the morning, first assuming she might have wandered off, and then recognizing that something was deeply wrong. Authorities were called, and searches were conducted in the surrounding woods, streets, and neighborhoods. Volunteers joined the effort, combing the area with flashlights and tracking dogs, but no evidence of struggle, abduction, or destination emerged. The first hours were critical. Investigators scoured her home for clues and discovered her packed backpack along the road near her house, containing a flashlight, a change of clothes, and a few personal items. Oddly, the bag also contained a box of snack cakes. What initially seemed like the behavior of a cautious child appeared to suggest careful planning. Yet the reasoning behind her departure, why she left in the middle of the night, alone and on foot, remained inexplicable. Local authorities faced numerous challenges. Shelby, a small town surrounded by rural roads and thick forest, presented logistical difficulties for search operations. The roads near Asha's neighborhood were lightly traveled at night, and early witnesses reported seeing a small figure moving along the highway just before sunrise. Some motorists claimed they saw her walking along US Route 64, but their accounts varied widely in terms of timing, location, and description, making it difficult to construct a coherent timeline. Investigators considered multiple possibilities. Did Asha leave voluntarily, or had she been coerced? Was her departure prompted by personal or family stress, or by an external threat? Experts in child psychology and missing person cases were consulted, but no single theory fully explained. Her behavior, her calm, deliberate preparation, layered clothing, backpack packed with essentials, hinted at insanity. Yet her age and inexperience suggested vulnerability. Over the years, numerous tips and reported sightings have emerged, yet none have led to a resolution. In the days and weeks following her disappearance, several individuals claimed to have seen a girl matching Asha's description along highways, at rest stops, or near shopping centers. Some reports suggested she had been picked up by a stranger. Others proposed that she had attempted to find help on her own. Each lead required verification, yet all ultimately proved inconclusive. The case attracted national attention. Media outlets reported extensively on Usher's disappearance, highlighting the mysterious circumstances and her family's ongoing search. The story resonated deeply because it combined elements of innocence, courage, and the unknown. Every reported tip was met with hope, yet the absence of concrete evidence only heightened the public's sense of unease. Investigators explored possible links to criminal activity, examining whether Usher's disappearance could be connected to predators, abductions, or human trafficking. Digital records, neighborhood interviews, and criminal databases were consulted, but no substantive connections were found. Experts noted that her disappearance might be one of the rare cases in which a child intentionally left home for reasons that were never fully revealed. In 2010, the FBI became involved, reopening the investigation as part of its missing child program. Modern forensic techniques, including DNA profiling and analysis of personal items, were applied to re-examine old evidence. New investigative tools provided some hope, yet the trail remained frustratingly cold. Usher's footprints, captured briefly by early searchers, faded into uncertainty, and the question of what happened after she left home remained unanswered. Usher Degree's case has continued to captivate experts and the public alike. Psychologists have studied her disappearance to understand child decision-making under stress, while criminologists have examined the environmental and social conditions that might influence a young person to leave home unnoticed. Her story underscores the complexities of missing person investigations, particularly when evidence is scarce and the circumstances unusual. Family and community involvement has been central to keeping the case alive. Each anniversary of her disappearance is marked by remembrance, public appeals, and renewed calls for information. Her parents, siblings, and neighbors have tirelessly advocated for continued investigation, creating a network of vigilance and memory that ensures Usher is not forgotten. The enduring mystery has also highlighted broader societal questions: how children are protected, the risks posed by isolated environments, and the challenges law enforcement faces when events unfold rapidly in rural or semi-urban settings. Usher's disappearance remains a poignant reminder of the fragility of safety and the uncertainty that can arise when a single night changes everything. The lack of resolution has left open a spectrum of possibilities. Some theories suggest that she met with foul play shortly after leaving home, while others propose that she survived for some period, navigating highways and forests in search of safety. Despite decades of investigation, no definitive evidence has emerged to confirm any single scenario. Her disappearance continues to evoke empathy, speculation, and a profound sense of unresolved loss. Even now, more than 20 years later, Usher Degree's whereabouts remain unknown. Her name has become synonymous with the enduring mysteries of missing children cases that test the limits of investigation, patience, and human hope. Each unanswered question reinforces the enigma of that winter night: why a bright young girl chose to leave her home, and what became of her after stepping into the darkness. The streets of Shelby, the quiet stretches of US Route 64, and the forests surrounding her neighborhood hold the silent echoes of a decision that changed countless lives. In every shadow, in every tip that arrives, there is the faint possibility of discovery, a reminder that the truth, though elusive, may still lie waiting to be uncovered. The story of Usher Degree is not only a search for a missing child, but a continuing meditation on the unknown, on absence, and on the enduring human need for answers. Brian Schaefer, The Vanishing in Columbus. In the early hours of April 1, 2006, a medical student named Brian Schaefer walked into the bustling bars of Columbus, Ohio, for a night out with friends and was never seen leaving. What appeared to be an ordinary evening among college peers would quickly become one of the most baffling missing person cases in modern American history. Brian's disappearance remains a haunting mystery, leaving family, friends, and investigators with only questions and fleeting glimpses of a life interrupted. Brian Schaefer, 27 years old, was a second-year student at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. Known for his affable nature, intelligence, and quiet charm, he had a routine that blended academic rigor with social engagement, On the night in question, he joined friends for a casual night at a popular downtown area known as the Short North. Bars were crowded with college students and young professionals celebrating the beginning of spring break. At some point, Brian entered the Ugly Tuna Saloon, a well-frequented bar and nightclub, where he was last seen on surveillance footage. Security cameras recorded Brian arriving at the bar and socializing with friends near closing time. He appeared relaxed and in good spirits, chatting, laughing, and moving among the crowd. As the clock approached 2 a.m., Brian was captured on camera entering the bar's entranceway, moving toward the restroom area. That would be the final confirmed footage of him. Moments later, the crowd dispersed, leaving no trace of him behind. Friends searching the bar found no evidence of his exit. No witnesses could confirm seeing him leave, and surprisingly, surveillance footage showed no one leaving alongside him. Authorities were called when Brian failed to return home, and the initial investigation began under the assumption of a missing adult. However, the circumstances were immediately unusual. No signs of foul play were evident at the bar. Brian's personal belongings, including his wallet, phone, and car keys, remained in his possession. The bar's security system, designed to record both entrances and exits, revealed no footage of him leaving the premises, leading investigators into uncharted territory. A disappearance that seemed to occur inside a crowded, monitored public space. Local police explored multiple theories. One early hypothesis was that Brian might have voluntarily disappeared due to personal pressures, perhaps to escape responsibilities or obligations. Friends and family vehemently rejected this notion, describing him as stable, focused, and unlikely to abandon his life without notice. Investigators also considered accidental scenarios, an unnoticed fall, misadventure, or accidental injury in the bar's hidden spaces. Yet, exhaustive searches of the premises, including crawl spaces, storage areas, and nearby alleys, produced nothing. The public fascination with Brian's case grew rapidly. The media highlighted the eerie nature of a person vanishing in plain sight, and national coverage amplified curiosity and speculation. Viewers were drawn to the surveillance footage, replaying the images of Brian entering the bar alone, seemingly unremarkable, yet destined to become an indelible record of disappearance. His name became synonymous with cases where ordinary circumstances gave rise to extraordinary uncertainty. Family involvement was immediate and relentless. Brian's parents and siblings organized search parties, distributed flyers, and coordinated media campaigns. Tips flooded in from across the country, claiming sightings on highways, in other states, or even abroad. Each lead required verification, and most proved to be mistaken or false. Despite exhaustive interviews, neighborhood canvassing, and scrutiny of digital communications, no credible trace of Brian's movements after leaving the bar emerged. Over time, the bar itself became a focal point for investigation. Structural inspections were conducted to rule out hidden crawl spaces or accidental concealment. Forensic teams examined ventilation ducts, storage areas, and access points, yet nothing suggested a physical mishap within the building. Investigators were left to consider less tangible explanations. Could Brian have left the bar unnoticed? Despite surveillance, was there an unknown exit, a hidden passage, or an interaction with an unidentified individual? Each question deepened the sense of mystery. Authorities expanded the search beyond Columbus. Missing person databases were scoured, and potential connections to criminal activity were explored. Some leads suggested that Brian may have encountered foul play after leaving the bar, possibly involving an unknown assailant. Others considered the rare but documented phenomenon of adult abductions or disappearances without clear evidence. Each theory, however, encountered the same obstacle: the absence of tangible evidence, witnesses, or confirmed sightings. Psychologists and criminologists have examined Brian Schaefer's case as an example of an enigmatic disappearance. His calm, deliberate behavior inside the bar, the lack of a clear exit, and his unremarkable personal circumstances challenge conventional understanding of missing person patterns. In cases like these, investigators often rely on circumstantial evidence, yet the circumstantial trail here is virtually non-existent. Media attention has remained persistent over the years. True crime podcasts, television documentaries, and news specials have revisited the story repeatedly, introducing new audiences to the mystery. Public interest is fueled not by sensationalism alone, but by the unsettling reality that a young responsible adult can vanish in a monitored, populated space without leaving trace. This ambiguity, the collision of ordinary life and extraordinary disappearances, what keeps the story alive in collective memory. In the decades since Brian's disappearance, law enforcement has periodically revisited the case. Surveillance technology has improved, investigative techniques have evolved, and databases of missing and unidentified persons have expanded. Yet each new review or reinterrogation of witnesses has only highlighted the perplexing absence of concrete leads. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation continues to treat the case as active, leaving open the slim but persistent possibility of resolution. Family advocacy remains central. Brian's parents have consistently appealed for information, emphasizing the importance of community vigilance and cooperation. Their resilience embodies the human response to unresolved loss, hope tempered by uncertainty, action in the face of ambiguity, and a refusal to surrender to the unknown. Each year, anniversaries are marked not only by remembrance but also by renewed calls for answers, ensuring that Brian Schaefer is not forgotten. The mystery of Brian Schaefer endures because it defies explanation. Unlike abductions with evidence, accidents with witnesses, or voluntary disappearances with context, this case exists in a vacuum. A young man enters a bar and simply disappears. No one sees him leave. No trace remains. The absence is absolute, yet its implications ripple outward, touching family, friends, law enforcement, and the public consciousness. Even now, nearly 2 decades later, questions remain. What happened in those final moments inside the ugly tuna saloon? Did Brian leave of his own accord, or was he taken? Are the answers hidden somewhere in plain sight, or lost to time? The truth continues to elude those who search, leaving the story of Brian Schaefer suspended between memory and the unknown. The streets of Columbus, the bars he frequented, and the surveillance footage that captured his last known movements serve as silent witnesses. Each unanswered question, the who, the how, and the why, ensures that the mystery endures. Somewhere, beyond the reach of cameras, lights, and bustling streets, the story of Brian Schaefer waits for resolution, a haunting reminder of how a single night can alter countless lives and leave a question without an answer. Brandon Swanson lost on a rural Minnesota night on a cool May evening in 2008. A 19-year-old named Brandon Swanson drove his car along the winding country roads of rural Minnesota. What began as a routine outing would end in one of the most confounding disappearances in recent American history. Brandon's story is a quiet, haunting reminder of how quickly the ordinary can transform into the extraordinary, leaving family, friends, and authorities searching for answers that may never come. Brandon was a recent high school graduate, living in Marshall, a small city in southwestern Minnesota, known as thoughtful, responsible, and quietly humorous. He had spent the evening celebrating with friends in nearby Lind, a town 30 minutes away. Around 1 a.m., while attempting to return home, Brandon's car became stuck in a ditch along a dark rural road. Alone and disoriented, he called his parents for assistance. The call would become the final confirmed communication in a mystery that has lingered for years. Brandon's parents, hearing his voice over the phone, instructed him to remain calm and stay near the vehicle. They guided him as he tried to maneuver the car and described landmarks to orient himself. Brandon explained that the road was unfamiliar, dimly lit, and winding, making navigation difficult. At one point, he stepped out of the car to examine the ditch and surrounding terrain, maintaining phone contact with his father. The conversation was measured, rational, and steady. Nothing suggested panic. Yet the circumstances were inherently precarious. Shortly before 2 a.m., Brandon told his father that he would attempt to walk to a nearby town or road, hoping to find help. The final words captured on the call were startling in their abruptness. As he described heading off, he stated, "I don't know exactly where I am," and then the line went silent. Calls to his phone went unanswered. When his parents tried to trace the call, they found it had dropped mysteriously, leaving them with only silence and uncertainty. Search and rescue efforts began immediately. Local law enforcement, volunteers, and state authorities scoured the fields, ditches, and gravel roads surrounding the area. Canine units tracked scents, aerial searches combed farmland, and residents joined in what would become a multi-day effort. Yet despite intensive searches, no trace of Brandon emerged. His car remained abandoned, but beyond that, no footprints, clothing, or belongings were ever recovered. The rural geography complicated the investigation. The area consisted of farm fields, unmarked gravel roads, and dense patches of woodland. Brandon had been walking in a landscape that, in darkness, offered few visual cues and little protection from the elements. Yet even with these challenges, investigators could find no indication of foul play, accidental injury, or natural obstacles that could explain his disappearance. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Over the years, numerous theories have been proposed. Some suggest Brandon may have suffered disorientation and succumbed to exposure in the cold night air. Others posit that he encountered a vehicle or another individual, perhaps accidentally or intentionally, though no evidence supports such an interaction. Local residents reported seeing lights in fields or along the roads in the hours after his disappearance, but none of these reports could be confirmed or conclusively tied to Brandon. The case captured national attention, in part because of the chilling normalcy of its circumstances. Here was a young man, not engaged in high-risk activity, not involved in criminal activity, yet gone without explanation. Media coverage highlighted the mysterious phone call, the abandoned car, and the frustrating absence of evidence, emphasizing the eerie fact that a single evening could erase a person from sight entirely. Brandon's family has remained at the forefront of the search. His parents have tirelessly advocated for ongoing investigations, renewed searches, and public awareness campaigns. Each anniversary of his disappearance brings renewed media coverage and community reflection. His story has been chronicled in podcasts, documentaries, and articles, not merely for sensationalism, but for the unresolved human drama it represents: a son, a brother, a friend, and a life suspended in uncertainty. Law enforcement periodically revisits the case, incorporating new techniques and technologies. Forensic experts have examined the abandoned vehicle, surrounding terrain, and communication records. Search methods have included aerial photography, cadaver dogs, and digital mapping of the rural area. Yet, despite these efforts, the physical trail ends at the moment Brandon stepped away from his car. Beyond that point, the night itself seems to have swallowed him. Psychologists and criminal investigators have studied Brandon's disappearance as an example of the unusual challenges posed by missing person cases in rural environments. Unlike urban disappearances, where surveillance footage, witnesses, and structured roadways often provide clues, rural settings can render even intensive searches ineffective. Trails can fade, evidence can remain hidden in expansive fields, and the timing of a disappearance can coincide with conditions that leave investigators without any leads. Brandon's case embodies this unsettling reality, a life intersecting with a landscape that offers no answers. Over the years, reported sightings of Brandon in neighboring towns or states have surfaced, each raising hope and speculation. None, however, have been substantiated. Law enforcement continues to treat the case as open, issuing periodic reminders to the public and maintaining communication channels for potential tips. The case is catalogued among the unresolved mysteries that both frustrate and compel investigators. A reminder that some questions may remain unanswered indefinitely. Brandon Swanson's disappearance is not just a story of absence, it is a meditation on uncertainty and the fragility of everyday routines. A familiar road, a darkened field, a single decision to walk in the night, these ordinary elements combined to produce a mystery that endures. Families, communities, and authorities continue to grapple with the absence of closure, finding themselves suspended in a liminal space between hope and the unknown. Even now, more than a decade later, the question remains: what became of Brandon Swanson in those dark, empty fields? Did he lose his way, encounter an unseen danger, or simply vanish into circumstances beyond comprehension? Every unanswered question, every failed lead, reinforces the enigma of that night in May, leaving the story of Brandon Swanson as compelling as it is unresolved. The roads of rural Minnesota, the scattered fields, and the abandoned vehicle on a dark country lane stand as silent witnesses. Somewhere, in the quiet spaces between memory and time, the mystery of Brandon Swanson lingers, a reminder of how a single evening can change everything, and how some stories resist the clarity of resolution. Lars Mittank, lost in Varna in the summer of 2014, a 28-year-old German man named Lars Mittank traveled to Bulgaria with friends for a vacation filled with sun, sightseeing, and relaxation. What began as a carefree holiday soon turned into a sequence of events that has baffled investigators, baffled airport staff, and haunted viewers around the world. Lars Mittunk's disappearance at Varna Airport remains one of the most puzzling modern mysteries, a case where ordinary travel collides with inexplicable vanishing. Lars arrived in Bulgaria in late June, eager for a week of leisure with 4 friends. During the trip, he enjoyed the beaches, local cuisine, and nightlife, appearing like any other tourist seeking a summer escape. But on the last night of the vacation, an unexpected incident occurred. Lars became involved in a minor altercation outside a nightclub in the coastal town of Golden Sands. Though the confrontation was not life-threatening, Lars sustained a small injury to his head, and the tension of the incident left him anxious and uneasy. The next morning, Lars began experiencing symptoms that his friends later described as paranoia and disorientation. He feared for his safety, convinced that unknown individuals intended to harm him. In a state of mounting anxiety, Lars separated from his group and missed his originally scheduled flight back to Germany. Concerned but uncertain, his friends attempted to contact him and persuade him to return safely. But Lars was insistent that he needed to protect himself and take a later flight. On July 8th, Lars arrived at Varna Airport, alone, carrying only a small backpack. Surveillance cameras captured him, acting erratically, checking flight information, wandering through terminal corridors, and speaking with staff in what witnesses described as anxious or paranoid tones. Reports suggest he was avoiding crowds, continuously glancing over his shoulder, and hesitant to enter certain areas of the airport. At approximately 3:30 p.m., Lars called his mother from a payphone, speaking in a tense, fragmented manner. He claimed that men were following him, and he feared for his life. During the call, he seemed increasingly agitated, shouting at people he believed were nearby. In the final moments of the conversation, his mother attempted to calm him, urging him to stay in the airport and seek assistance from authorities. Lars replied abruptly, stating that he was leaving and would call back later. That call was the last confirmed communication from him. Surveillance footage shows Lars walking toward the airport's exterior perimeter. In a sequence that has become chillingly iconic online, he approaches a chain-link fence and climbs over it, disappearing into a wooded area beyond the airport grounds. Witnesses later described him running into the trees, glancing back as if being pursued, though no one could confirm anyone following him. After this moment, Lars Mittunk vanished without a trace. Authorities responded quickly, launching a search of the surrounding forest, airport perimeter, and nearby roads. Police and private search teams combed the area, using K9 units, drones, and extensive grid searches. Despite these efforts, no evidence of Lars, no footprints beyond the immediate fence area. No belongings, no signs of injury was ever recovered. His disappearance was rendered all the more confounding by the fact that the airport itself was busy, monitored, and populated, yet no clear sightings of him were reported after he entered the woods. Medical and psychological experts have examined the case extensively. Lars's sudden paranoia, erratic behavior, and fear of persecution have led some to suggest an acute episode of mental illness, potentially triggered by stress, the minor head injury, or other underlying conditions. Others consider the possibility of abduction or an accident in the surrounding wilderness. Each theory is plausible, yet the absence of concrete evidence keeps the case firmly in the realm of mystery. Over the years, Lars Mittunk has become a subject of international fascination. News outlets, true crime channels, and social media have revisited the story repeatedly, particularly because of the surveillance footage showing his final movements. The images capture the tension of the moment. A young man, alone, seemingly rational yet terrified, stepping into the unknown. This footage has been analyzed frame by frame, raising questions about what he saw, what he feared, and what ultimately became of him. Speculation ranges from the mundane to the extraordinary. Some suggest that Lars may have wandered into the woods, becoming lost or succumbing to environmental hazards. Others entertain the possibility of abduction, human trafficking, or a staged disappearance. Yet, with no confirmed sightings, no recovered belongings, and no forensic evidence, all theories remain conjecture. Investigators are left with only the haunting final images of a young man stepping beyond the fence and into uncertainty. Family involvement has remained steadfast. Lars's mother, speaking publicly about the disappearance, has expressed frustration, concern, and determination to find answers. She has collaborated with authorities, attended media interviews, and engaged with online communities in hopes that someone, somewhere, may provide a lead. The persistence of his family underscores the human dimension of the mystery. Behind the footage, the headlines, and the speculation lies a personal story of loss, fear, and unanswered questions. The case also raises questions about the role of digital evidence and surveillance. Airports are among the most monitored locations on the planet. Yet Lars's disappearance demonstrates that even in such controlled environments, the ordinary rules of visibility can break down. A brief, unsupervised moment, combined with human unpredictability and environmental complexity, proved sufficient to erase a person from sight entirely. In the years since, Lars Mitank's fate has remained unknown. Bulgarian authorities have closed the active search, while German investigators continue to treat the case as open. Online communities and amateur sleuths have pieced together timelines, examined surveillance footage, and speculated about his potential whereabouts. Each new theory adds layers to the story, but none resolves the essential question: where did Lars go after stepping over that fence? The enduring intrigue of this case lies in its intersection of ordinary circumstances and extraordinary mystery. A vacation, a minor injury, a fear of strangers, and a single impulsive decision culminated in a disappearance that confounds logic and challenges assumptions about safety, predictability, and human behavior. The disappearance of Lars Mittank is a reminder of how fragile the boundary is between routine and catastrophe, between being seen and vanishing. Even now, the woods beyond Varna Airport stand as a silent witness to the final moments of a life that seemed ordinary one instant and irretrievably lost the next. Each unanswered question, the why, the how, and the where, keeps the mystery alive. Somewhere, in the shadow of those trees or beyond the reach of human perception, the story of Lars Mittank remains suspended, a haunting enigma of the modern age. Maura Murray, the vanishing on Route 112 on a snowy February night in 2004. A bright, ambitious young woman named Maura Murray disappeared from a quiet rural road in New Hampshire. What began as an ordinary drive to clear her mind and run errands became one of the most enduring mysteries in modern American disappearances. Maura's story is a chilling intersection of planning, impulse, and the unknown, leaving a trail of questions that continue to confound investigators and the public alike. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, known for her intelligence, independence, and adventurous spirit. She had grown up in Hanson, Massachusetts, surrounded by family and friends who describe her as outgoing yet introspective. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, Maura exhibited behavior that some consider unusual. She cancelled classes, made withdrawals from her bank account, and packed belongings into her car without providing explanations. Yet no one anticipated the dramatic turn her life would take on that winter evening. On the afternoon of February 9, 2004, Maura left her dormitory and drove north toward her father's home in Haverhill, New Hampshire. She later made a brief stop at a local convenience store to purchase snacks and alcohol, then continued along rural roads through the town of Woodsville around 7:30 p.m. While driving along Route 112, a remote, winding stretch of highway flanked by dense forest and icy embankments, Maura lost control of her car, reportedly striking a guardrail. She pulled over to assess the damage, placing an emergency call to report the accident. Witnesses and passers-by would later describe seeing her standing beside her vehicle, which was partially in the road, in temperatures well below freezing. When local police arrived, they found Maura absent from the scene. Her car was locked, and her personal items, including her wallet and phone, were inside. Authorities initiated a search, questioning nearby residents and canvassing the surrounding area, but no trace of Maura was found. She had simply vanished into the snowy night. What makes Maura's disappearance particularly perplexing is the combination of preparation and impulsivity. Some records suggest she had been planning a trip for days, yet she also appeared to act spontaneously in her final hours. Investigators and psychologists have speculated about possible explanations, including voluntary disappearance, foul play, or accidental death in the remote terrain. Each theory carries weight, but none fully accounts for the absence of concrete evidence. Search efforts were extensive, but met with frustrating limitations. Law enforcement deployed canine units, helicopters, and ground teams, focusing on the miles of forest, river valleys, and icy embankments near Route 112. Local volunteers joined the effort, combing the woods in harsh winter conditions. Despite these exhaustive searches, no significant evidence of Maura's presence beyond her car was discovered. Even years later, items occasionally attributed to her footprints, clothing, fragments, or personal effects have never been verified conclusively. In the years that followed, numerous theories emerged. Some suggest Maura chose to disappear, seeking to start a new life far from her familiar surroundings. Others believe she may have succumbed to environmental hazards. Hypothermia, disorientation, or injury could have prevented her from returning to safety. More ominous explanations include the possibility of abduction, predation, or involvement in a criminal incident. Each scenario is plausible, yet none is confirmed. Digital evidence adds another layer of intrigue. Investigators discovered that Maura had deleted several files from her computer prior to her disappearance, including information about personal relationships and financial matters. She also made inquiries about vehicles and had packed certain items in her car that suggested foresight. These actions indicate a degree of planning, but they do not reveal why she left her car in such a vulnerable location, or why she never returned. The human element is equally compelling. Maura's family, friends, and the local community have lived with uncertainty for nearly 2 decades. Her parents, in particular, have maintained a public presence, advocating for renewed searches and raising awareness about her case. Online communities dedicated to her disappearance meticulously analyze maps, flight patterns, and witness reports, creating digital reconstructions of her last known movements. Yet, despite these efforts, the essential question remains unresolved. Where did Maura Murray go that February night? Eyewitness accounts are tantalizing but inconclusive. Several drivers traveling Route 112 reported seeing a young woman walking along the shoulder, though descriptions varied, and none could definitively confirm it was Maura. Other reports suggested sightings in neighboring towns days, weeks, or even months later, but none were corroborated. The lack of a verified trail beyond her abandoned car emphasizes the haunting nature of her disappearance. A single point of origin, a sudden absence, and a landscape that swallowed her without a trace. Criminal profilers have examined the case extensively, noting the combination of intelligence, resourcefulness, and impulsive behavior. They point to Maura's apparent comfort in navigating remote areas, her ability to plan small details of travel, and her composure in stressful situations as indicators that she could have taken deliberate actions to evade detection. Yet this same analysis raises more questions. If she intended to vanish, why leave her car in a location easily discovered? Why not contact family or friends to indicate a change in plans? The physical environment compounds the mystery. Route 112 traverses dense forest, steep embankments, and frozen rivers. Snowfall, ice, and darkness create hazards that can challenge even experienced hikers. Any attempt to traverse the area without preparation could result in disorientation or injury. Yet no clothing, footprints, or personal effects beyond the immediate vicinity of her car have been documented, leaving investigators with the unnerving possibility that she moved beyond human sight, or that she encountered forces entirely beyond explanation. Maura Murray's disappearance endures not just because of its mystery, but because it exists at the intersection of ordinary life and extraordinary absence. A college student on a winter drive, a momentary lapse, or a conscious decision transformed into an enduring enigma. The abandoned car, the snowy highway, and the unanswered calls from friends and family have become symbols of a story that continues to captivate the public imagination. Even today, nearly 20 years later, Route 112 remains quiet in the winter, the forested stretches untouched, as though holding the secret of that night. Each year, investigators, researchers, and amateur sleuths revisit maps, revisit reports, and revisit the same questions. Did Maura Murray choose to disappear? Did she succumb to the winter night? Or does her fate lie in circumstances beyond human comprehension? The cold New Hampshire woods stand as silent witnesses to a moment frozen in time. A young woman stepping away from her car into uncertainty, leaving a trail that disappears as abruptly as she did. And so the mystery persists, compelling, haunting, and unresolved, as if the forest itself guards the final answer. Ben McDaniel lost in the depths in the early hours of August 4, 2010. 29-year-old Ben McDaniel vanished into the labyrinthine underwater caves of Florida's Ginnie Springs. A skilled cave diver with years of experience, Ben had ventured into one of the region's most challenging and dangerous cave systems, a network that has claimed the lives of even the most seasoned divers. What makes his disappearance particularly confounding is that despite extensive searches, no trace of him or his equipment was ever recovered. Ben McDaniel was no stranger to adventure. A fitness enthusiast and diver, he had spent years exploring both open water and cave systems, earning respect in diving communities for his technical skill and daring. Friends and fellow divers describe him as meticulous, cautious, and committed to preparation, traits essential for navigating underwater cave systems where even minor errors can be fatal. Yet, for reasons that remain elusive, Ben's final dive would end in complete disappearance. On the day of his disappearance, Ben planned a solo dive into a notoriously complex cave in Ginnie Springs, near High Springs, Florida. The system is famous among cave divers for its narrow passages, long tunnels, and deep chambers. Rescue divers later described it as a treacherous environment where visibility can drop to near zero, and where even the most experienced explorers can become disoriented in seconds. Ben entered the cave carrying 2 tanks and a standard array of diving equipment. According to witnesses, he had a peculiar behavior pattern leading up to the dive. He told friends he would go big or go home, and seemed unusually determined. A last-minute change in dive plans, coupled with a tense interaction with a fellow diver who expressed concern about the dive's difficulty, would later appear in retrospect as a harbinger of what was to come. Hours later, when Ben failed to surface, alarms were raised. Initially, authorities treated the incident as a standard cave diving accident, deploying experienced divers to explore the passages and locate him. What they discovered, however, confounded them. Ben's body was nowhere to be found. His equipment, including tanks and dive computer, was absent. The complex cave system had swallowed him without leaving even the faintest trace. Search efforts were extraordinary in scale. Specialized cave divers, law enforcement, and volunteers undertook extensive operations, exploring dozens of underwater passages, siphons, and chambers. Despite weeks of meticulous searching in conditions ranging from murky water to constricted tunnels, they could not locate Ben. Each dive produced tantalizing clues: disturbed silt, air pockets, but nothing conclusive. What added to the mystery was the behavior of Ben's fellow divers and friends. Some claimed he had been training intensively for a personal challenge, perhaps testing his limits or seeking a record. Others noted signs of stress, both personal and professional, which may have influenced his decision to undertake such a risky solo dive. These conflicting accounts painted a portrait of a man driven by ambition, skill, and perhaps something more obscure, a compulsion to conquer the cave itself. Experts in cave diving emphasized the extreme dangers of Ginnie Springs. Even a minor miscalculation, a tangled line, a lost light, or an unexpected current can be fatal. Yet experienced divers are often able to manage these hazards through meticulous preparation, redundant equipment, and cautious pacing. Ben's disappearance challenges this understanding. A diver of his skill, familiar with the risks and equipped appropriately, simply vanished. Speculation about what happened inside the cave ranges from the plausible to the extraordinary. Some propose a sudden cave collapse or entanglement in a narrow passage, which could prevent recovery even with extensive search efforts. Others suggest that panic or disorientation may have led him off course into an unrecoverable area. A few theories extend into the realm of intrigue. Some wonder if Ben intentionally disappeared, staging his own vanishing to escape perceived pressures or obligations. Yet no evidence supports deliberate disappearance, and his personal effects and identification remained in place, deepening the mystery. In the aftermath, the case gained national attention and became a cautionary tale within the diving community. Media outlets covered the disappearance extensively, highlighting the dangers of solo cave diving, the unpredictability of underwater environments, and the human fascination with the unknown. Forums and online communities dedicated to cave diving continue to discuss Ben McDaniel's last dive, analyzing maps, cave schematics, and timelines, searching for insight into what transpired. Authorities and experts repeatedly emphasized that extreme difficulty of recovery in cave systems like Ginny Springs. Some tunnels are so narrow that even divers cannot pass through, leaving open the possibility that Ben remains trapped in an air pocket, alive for a period, or more likely that he succumbed to the unforgiving conditions of the submerged passages. Each theory carries the weight of possibility, but none provides definitive closure. Family and friends have also played a central role in keeping Ben's story alive. They participated in searches, provided personal insights to investigators, and engaged with the public to raise awareness. Their persistence highlights the human cost of the disappearance, the uncertainty, grief, and frustration of waiting for answers that may never come. Ben McDaniel's case is emblematic of the broader tension between human curiosity and the power of nature. The underwater caves of Florida are both beautiful and deadly, offering glimpses of hidden worlds, while concealing hazards that challenge even the most experienced explorers. Ben's disappearance serves as a haunting reminder that skill and preparation, while essential, cannot always overcome the unpredictable forces of the natural world. Years later, the site remains a place of solemn interest. Cave divers continue to explore the tunnels cautiously, aware that the system has claimed more than one life. The memory of Ben McDaniel lingers, preserved in discussions, documentaries, and the careful planning of future divers who navigate the same waters. Each dive into the labyrinth evokes questions. What did he encounter? What went wrong? And where did he ultimately go? The case of Ben McDaniel remains unresolved. No remains, no equipment, no conclusive clue has surfaced to reveal his fate. The cave retains its secrets, and the story of a skilled diver lost beneath the surface persists as a modern mystery, one where nature, skill, and circumstance intersect with chilling ambiguity. And so, in the depths of Ginny Springs, somewhere beyond the reach of light and air, the question of Ben McDaniel endures. Lost to the cave, or lost to the world entirely? The answer remains submerged, waiting to reveal itself, for perhaps never to be known at all. Sneha Phillip, the disappearance amid tragedy. On the morning of September 11, 2001, New York City faced a tragedy that would echo across the world. Amid the chaos of the attacks on the World Trade Center, thousands perished, many more were injured, and countless lives were altered forever. Among those swept into the storm of that day was Sneha Phillip, a young physician whose fate remains uncertain. Caught between documented heroism and the mystery of disappearance, Sneha Phillip was 31 years old, a resident physician in internal medicine at a New York hospital. Born in Trinidad and raised in the United States, she was known for her intellect, dedication, and kindness. Friends and colleagues described her as conscientious and spirited, with a life dedicated to caring for others. She had moved to New York City to pursue her career, balancing long shifts at the hospital with active involvement in her community. By all accounts, her future seemed bright, and her life carefully structured. On September 10, 2001, Sneha celebrated her sister's birthday and returned to Manhattan. The following morning, she planned a brief journey in the city, navigating the streets she had come to know well. Later that day, when the attacks unfolded, she was reportedly in Lower Manhattan. Witness accounts place her in the vicinity of the World Trade Center in the hours before the first plane struck. The chaos that followed would obscure the paths of many, including Sneha. Her disappearance was unusual in the context of the attacks. Unlike thousands who were accounted for through employment records, flight manifests, or eyewitness testimony, Sneha's exact movements and fate remained uncertain. In the immediate aftermath, authorities listed her among those missing. Her family launched efforts to locate her, contacting hospitals, shelters, and evacuation points. Piecing together fragments of information from a city in shock, investigators later discovered that Sneha had a history of mental health challenges, including episodes of depression. Some accounts suggest she had experienced emotional difficulties in the months leading up to September 11th, though she had been actively seeking support and continuing her professional responsibilities, while her family insists that she was stable and motivated in her career. These details became part of the broader discussion as authorities and researchers examined her disappearance within the context of the 9/11's disaster. The lack of clear evidence about Sneha's movements on that fateful day fueled speculation. Some sources proposed that she may have perished in the World Trade Center attacks, caught in the debris or disorientation that engulfed Lower Manhattan. Others suggested alternative explanations, that she might have left the area and disappeared, under circumstances unrelated to the attacks, or that she may have suffered a medical emergency or accident while navigating the chaos. Each theory remains plausible, yet none can be verified conclusively. Legal proceedings added another layer of complexity. In 2004, the courts faced the task of determining Sneha Phillips' status for insurance and inheritance purposes. In 2005, she was declared legally deceased, a decision that stirred controversy given the absence of a body and the unusual circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Lawyers, family members, and advocates debated whether the presumption of death accurately reflected reality or simply provided closure for administrative purposes. In the years following, her case has become emblematic of a particular form of uncertainty, a disappearance not from crime or wilderness, but from an urban tragedy that simultaneously left thousands accounted for and others lost without trace. For families, the distinction is painful. There is no definitive closure, no grave to visit, no remains to recover. Only the faint trail of a life interrupted and the unanswered questions about where she went and what exactly happened in those final moments. Eyewitness testimony has been inconsistent. Some reported seeing a woman matching Sneha's description near the World Trade Center that morning, attempting to evacuate or seeking help. Others claimed to see her elsewhere in Lower Manhattan later in the day. Surveillance records, medical logs, and security footage provided little clarity. The city itself, in turmoil, was an environment where memory, perception, and timing became unreliable, leaving her family with fragments but no complete narrative. Her disappearance also resonates within broader discussions of 9/11's victims. While the majority were accounted for, Sneha's case highlights the human cost beyond official records. She represents those whose fates were never fully documented, whose absence was recorded only in family memories, eyewitness accounts, and sporadic references in investigations. Her story underscores the difficulty of reconciling individual lives with mass disasters, where even meticulous record-keeping can leave gaps that endure indefinitely. The human dimension remains central. Friends recall her warmth and humor, her dedication to patience, and her careful attention to personal goals. Her family's efforts to preserve her memory through legal advocacy, public appeals, and participation in memorials reflect a persistent hope that, even decades later, more information might emerge. Online communities and journalists revisiting unsolved 9/11's cases occasionally spotlight Sneha Phillips, keeping her story alive in public consciousness and reminding the world that even amidst global tragedy, individual lives are precious and complex. Speculation continues, from the plausible to the improbable. Some propose accidental death during the evacuation, a fatal misstep in the panic that engulfed Lower Manhattan. Others consider voluntary disappearance, though there is no concrete evidence supporting such a scenario. A smaller number of theories involve foul play, unconnected to the attacks themselves. Each hypothesis reflects the frustration of dealing with incomplete information and the inherent difficulty of piecing together a life interrupted by extraordinary circumstances. Today, Sneha Phillips' name is inscribed among those missing or presumed dead from the 9/11 attacks, a designation that carries both recognition and ambiguity. The city has moved on, the towers are gone, and memorials commemorate the thousands who perished. Yet for Sneha's family, and for anyone who contemplates the unresolved threads of history, her disappearance is a quiet echo of a life that abruptly slipped from view, a reminder that even amid the most documented tragedies, mysteries can endure. Her story remains unresolved, suspended between recorded heroism and the unknown. Every photograph, every anecdote, every court document contributes pieces to a puzzle without a solution. The towers fell, the city rebuilt, but the question persists: what truly happened to Sneha Phillips in the chaos of that morning? And in that uncertainty lies a reminder of how fleeting and fragile the certainty of life can be, even amidst the most extraordinary events. Rico Harris vanished without a trace. Rico Harris was a man who had once touched the heights of professional sports, standing on the threshold of fame, only to disappear into the obscurity of a modern mystery. On the morning of March 3, 2014, Harris, a former professional basketball player, was last seen leaving his home in Oakland, California, for what would become a journey that ended without explanation. Despite extensive searches, tips, and theories, Rico Harris has never been found, and his disappearance remains an enduring puzzle. Rico Harris was born in 1977 in Oakland, a city known for its vibrant culture and stark contrasts. He grew into a towering presence, eventually reaching 6'9" in height, with athleticism that earned him a place on the basketball courts of Santa Clara University. From there, he pursued professional opportunities in Europe and minor leagues in the United States, chasing a dream that countless athletes share: to make a mark on the world stage. Friends and teammates recall him as charismatic, disciplined, and deeply passionate about basketball. Yet behind the bright veneer of athletic talent lay a life marked by struggle, personal challenges, and an often tenuous connection to stability. In the years following his basketball career, Harris faced difficulties that often accompany athletes once their careers peak and fade. He experienced financial strain, personal setbacks, and periods of homelessness. Yet he remained resolute in his determination to rebuild his life. By early 2014, he had made progress, living independently in Oakland and reconnecting with friends and family. On March 3rd, that progress would abruptly halt. According to witnesses, Harris left his apartment in the morning for a short trip to a friend's house in nearby Oakland. Surveillance footage captured him walking through city streets, carrying a small bag, and appearing calm, composed, even purposeful. Beyond that moment, his trail vanished. He never arrived at his destination. Phone records, social media activity, and bank transactions provide no further clues, leaving authorities and loved ones with only the last confirmed sighting as a temporal anchor for the search. Harris' disappearance prompted immediate concern. Family, friends, and law enforcement initiated searches in and around Oakland, canvassing streets, parks, and other areas he might frequent. Yet no trace of him was found. Over time, the search expanded to neighboring counties, following possible routes he might have taken by foot, car, or public transport. The absence of evidence, combined with Harris' height, strength, and previous urban familiarity, created an unsettling paradox: a man physically imposing, yet seemingly able to vanish without leaving a hint. The circumstances of his disappearance have fueled widespread speculation. Some believe Harris may have fallen victim to foul play, given Oakland's challenges with crime and the vulnerability of those on the margins. Others suggest a voluntary disappearance, a conscious choice to escape pressures, memories, or perceived obligations. A smaller but persistent theory involves an accidental death, perhaps a fall, exposure to the elements, or other unforeseen hazard along a route where he might have walked or camped. Each theory reflects fragments of logic, tempered by the profound absence of evidence. Public attention on Rico Harris's case intensified as media outlets and online communities became involved. Articles recounted his journey from athletic promise to personal struggle, highlighting both his triumphs and vulnerabilities. Social media posts and forums speculated on his fate, mapping potential paths and connecting disparate sightings or rumors. Yet none produced verification. Even decades of experience in missing persons investigations could not bridge the gap between reality and uncertainty in this case. Harris' story also resonates within a broader cultural context: the precarious transition athletes face when their professional careers end. Many encounter psychological, social, and economic pressures that can destabilize lives in subtle, often unrecognized ways. In Harris' case, the sudden shift from public recognition to relative obscurity may have magnified these pressures, leaving his life, at the moment of disappearance, at the intersection of hope, despair, and the unknowable. Law enforcement reports indicate that Rico Harris left behind personal belongings, including his keys and wallet, suggesting that he did not plan a long-term departure. Family members and friends describe him as someone who, despite challenges, maintained a sense of responsibility and connection to those around him. These details complicate narratives of voluntary disappearance, nudging the case toward the unsettling reality of an unresolved vanishing, an abrupt interruption of life without explanation, pattern, or rationale. Search efforts continued for months and even years. Volunteers and private investigators explored parks, abandoned buildings, rivers, and remote areas in Northern California. Tips led to temporary flurries of activity, some even suggesting sightings, but none culminated in discovery. Law enforcement acknowledges the difficulty of locating missing adults in urban and suburban landscapes, particularly when no body, personal effects, or confirmed evidence emerges. Harris' height and experience navigating city streets make the lack of physical trace all the more confounding. The emotional toll on his family remains profound. In interviews, they recount the limbo of hope and despair. Each new lead offered potential answers. Each dead end reinforced uncertainty. For them, the disappearance is not just an unresolved case, but a persistent wound, a life suspended between the memory of the man they knew and the unknowable reality of his fate. Rico Harris's disappearance is emblematic of a particular kind of modern mystery, a vanishing within the ordinary world. It does not involve remote wilderness, deep caves, or high-profile disasters. Instead, it occurs amid familiar streets, urban infrastructure, and a community that continues to move through daily life. This juxtaposition between a highly visible life and sudden, complete absence heightens the tension, making the unknown all the more compelling. As years have passed, his name endures in missing persons databases, in media retrospectives, and in the hearts of those who knew him. His story reminds us of the fragility of life's trajectory, a moment that can shift from routine to unexplainable, from certainty to enduring ambiguity. Experts continue to cite cases like Harris when discussing missing adults, urban disappearances, and the challenges of accounting for people who vanish without trace. Today, Rico Harris remains missing. No conclusive evidence has emerged to confirm whether he walked away, encountered misfortune, or met a fate hidden from the world. Each tip, theory, and lead offers potential insight, but never certainty. The streets of Oakland, the parks of Northern California, and the quiet spaces he once inhabited hold their secrets tightly. And so, the question of Rico Harris lingers. Where did he go, and why? The answer remains just beyond reach, a modern enigma that continues to challenge understanding, patience, and the human desire for resolution. Somewhere in the landscape he once knew, his presence is felt only in absence, leaving a mystery that refuses to fade. Zeb Quinn, the vanishing that defied explanation. In the quiet hours of January 2, 2000, a young man named Zeb Wayne Quinn vanished from the streets of Asheville, North Carolina. He was 18 years old, full of plans and ambition. Yet within hours, he disappeared into a puzzle that would baffle law enforcement and haunt his family for decades. His disappearance remains unresolved, a story of ordinary life intersecting with extraordinary mystery. Zeb Quinn grew up in Asheville, a city nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where small-town rhythms intersected with the backdrop of urban growth. Known for his quiet charm and affable nature, he was described by friends and family as intelligent, considerate, and full of potential. Zeb had a circle of friends, a part-time job at a local auto shop, and the everyday routines of a young adult preparing for his future. On the surface, his life was steady, predictable, and grounded, but on the night of his disappearance, that stability would unravel. On January 2, 2000, Zeb left his job at the local car dealership after closing. That evening, he received a phone call from a co-worker and friend, David McCall. According to later reports, McCall asked Zeb to meet him about purchasing a car. Zeb agreed, leaving his home around 11 p.m., wearing casual clothes and carrying nothing unusual. He was seen driving his vehicle, a tan Toyota Celica, through Ash. That would be the last confirmed sighting of him alive. Within hours, Zeb's absence became noticeable. Friends and family expected him home, and when he did not return, calls and messages went unanswered. The next morning, his car was discovered in the parking lot of a nearby grocery store. Its doors were locked, the lights off, and its contents largely undisturbed. Inside the vehicle, investigators found Zeb's personal items, including his keys, wallet, and some clothing, suggesting he had not left voluntarily, with the intent of starting a new life elsewhere. Yet outside the car, there was no trace of him, no footprints, no witnesses, no hint of struggle. The case immediately drew attention due to its unusual circumstances. Zeb's disappearance did not appear linked to violence, robbery, or obvious accident. Local law enforcement initiated a search of the surrounding area, scanning the wooded mountains, streets, and abandoned structures nearby. Volunteers joined the effort, distributing flyers and canvassing neighborhoods, but the results were frustratingly inconclusive. Each search returned the same stark reality. Zeb Quinn had vanished without leaving evidence. Authorities quickly looked into Zeb's social connections, seeking patterns or motives. David McCall, the last person to speak with him, became a focal point of inquiries. McCall claimed that he had asked Zeb to help purchase a car, but investigators noted inconsistencies in his story over time. Suspicion lingered, yet tangible proof remained elusive. Over the years, McCall would become a figure of speculation in the case, though he was never formally charged. The uncertainty surrounding his involvement added a shadow of tension, leaving the family and investigators with questions that resisted answers. Zeb Quinn's disappearance is complicated further by the broader context of Asheville's geography and community. The city, surrounded by forests and mountains, offers countless hiding places, accidental hazards, and natural concealments. It is plausible, some investigators suggested, that Zeb could have fallen victim to an accident in the woods or terrain near his vehicle. However, the proximity of his car to populated areas, along with the lack of physical evidence, renders such scenarios difficult to confirm. Every hypothesis is accompanied by the haunting realization there is no definitive trace of him. Over the years, law enforcement periodically revisited the case. Advances in forensic techniques, geographic profiling, and investigative technology allowed new avenues for examination. Searches expanded beyond Asheville into surrounding counties, using cadaver dogs, aerial surveillance, and meticulous record reviews. Each method, however, produced limited results. Zeb's name persisted in missing persons databases, and periodic media coverage revived public interest. But the enigma remained intact. Family accounts provide a glimpse into Zeb's character and life. Loved ones emphasized that he was responsible, careful, and unlikely to vanish voluntarily. They remember his ambitions, humor, and commitment to friends and family. For them, the disappearance is not merely a cold case, it is a life interrupted, a daily reminder that someone once known and cherished could be erased without explanation. These personal dimensions intensify the mystery, making it not only a matter of police work but of human loss, hope, and endurance. Theories about his fate are numerous, ranging from foul play to voluntary disappearance, accidental death, or abduction. Some posit that Zeb was the victim of a violent encounter, perhaps linked to unknown individuals or undisclosed conflicts. Others suggest that he could have chosen to leave, though his personal items in the vehicle seem to contradict this. An alternative theory involves an accident during travel through Asheville's rugged terrain. Each scenario carries plausibility, yet none can be verified conclusively. In 2017, nearly 17 years after Zeb vanished, renewed investigative efforts sought to bring clarity. Authorities revisited old evidence, re-interviewed witnesses, and examined previously overlooked leads. Public interest, fueled by podcasts, news articles, and television features, kept the story alive. Yet despite these efforts, the fundamental question persists. What happened to Zeb Quinn after he left his home that night? Zeb's case exemplifies the chilling uncertainty of missing person cases in ordinary settings. There are no dramatic landscapes, no high-profile disasters, only the familiar streets of Asheville, where a young man disappeared and left behind a void. It is a type of mystery that challenges assumptions about safety, routine, and the reliability of everyday life. A single evening, a single decision, and a single unaccounted-for presence can create a puzzle that endures across decades. Today, Zeb Quinn remains missing. His vehicle, once a potential clue, is a silent reminder of what happened or what might have happened on that cold January night. His family continues to advocate, to remember, and to search in whatever ways remain possible. Law enforcement maintains the case as active, noting that even decades later, new tips or technological advances might shed light on his fate. And so, the question endures: where did Zeb Quinn go after that final phone call? The streets, the mountains, the shadows of Asheville hold their secret tightly. The answer remains just beyond reach, a quiet, persistent mystery, a reminder of how fragile certainty can be when life, routine, and expectation collide with the inexplicable. Terra Calico, a disappearance that still questions reality, was the morning of September 20, 1988, when 19-year-old Terra Calico left her home in Belen, New Mexico, for a routine bike ride along New Mexico State Road 47. What should have been a brief excursion became a mystery that has lingered for decades, a disappearance that transformed a small town into the epicenter of questions without answers. Tara Calico has never been found, and her case remains one of the most perplexing missing persons investigations in American history. Tara Calico was described by those who knew her as independent, athletic, and adventurous. A high school graduate, with a keen interest in photography and fitness, she frequently rode her bicycle along the open roads surrounding Belen, a town nestled in the Rio Grande Valley. On that September morning, dressed in comfortable athletic clothing and carrying her camera, Tara set out along the familiar routine that should have been ordinary, uneventful, and familiar. Yet that morning would mark the beginning of a mystery that has captivated investigators, journalists, and the public alike. Witnesses reported seeing Tara ride past certain landmarks along the state road, moving steadily in the direction she had intended. Shortly thereafter, she disappeared. Unlike cases where a vehicle or personal items provide clues, Tara left behind her bicycle and a backpack at her home, suggesting she intended a brief outing. Her sudden absence immediately raised alarms with her family. When she did not return, and no sightings were reported beyond the initial route, local authorities began what would become a prolonged and exhaustive search. Law enforcement, volunteers, and community members scoured the roads, nearby desert areas, and irrigation ditches, hoping to find any trace of Tara. Despite these efforts, no definitive evidence surfaced. The absence of physical clues, no abandoned clothing, no signs of struggle along the road added layers of uncertainty to an already unsettling scenario. Authorities were faced with the chilling reality that a young woman could vanish along a public roadway in daylight, leaving little indication of where she had gone or what had happened. Tara Calico's disappearance took a more enigmatic turn months later when a photograph emerged that would haunt public imagination. The photograph, discovered in a parking lot in Florida, depicted a young woman and a boy, bound and gagged, sitting in the back of a vehicle. While law enforcement never officially confirmed the identity of the individuals, many speculated that the woman could be Tara. The image circulated widely, appearing in newspapers, magazines, and eventually the internet, and became a focal point of speculation. Yet despite intense investigation, the origins of the photograph, and whether it actually depicted Tara, remain unverified. Investigators considered multiple theories. Some proposed an abduction, possibly opportunistic and linked to criminal activity. Given the isolated nature of the route Tara had taken, others suggested she might have met with an accident in one of the desert areas or irrigation channels nearby, accidents that, given the terrain and climate, could leave little trace. A more remote theory posited voluntary disappearance, though her known plans, attachments, and belongings suggest that such a choice was unlikely. Each theory carries elements of plausibility, yet none can be confirmed beyond conjecture. The investigation into Tara Calico's disappearance also intersected with a broader pattern of missing persons in New Mexico and the surrounding region. Authorities reviewed cold cases, similar abductions, and criminal patterns, yet no conclusive connections emerged. The case, however, became emblematic of the challenges faced by investigators when a person disappears in areas that are both accessible and remote. Roads traveled by locals, but interspersed with desert stretches, irrigation canals, and areas. In such landscapes, a single misstep or an encounter with malevolent intent can erase the person from sight in moments. Family accounts provide insight into Tara's character and the void left by her absence. Her mother, siblings, and close friends describe her as independent yet grounded, confident yet approachable. They recall her laughter, her curiosity, and her adventurous spirit. Each anniversary of her disappearance reawakens grief, hope, and the frustration of unanswered questions. For her family, the passage of time has not dulled the emotional impact of the loss. Rather, it has intensified the desire for closure, any clue, or even a hint that might illuminate her fate. Over the years, authorities have pursued hundreds of leads, re-examined old evidence, and responded to dozens of purported sightings. Advances in forensic science, including DNA testing, have been applied to the case, yet the trail remains cold. Some believe Tara may still be alive, held in circumstances unknown to the public. Others fear that she met a tragic fate in a way that left no trace. Both possibilities underscore the complexity of disappearance cases, where the absence of evidence can be as haunting as any confirmed fact. Tara Calico's disappearance is particularly resonant because it occurred in broad daylight, along a route familiar to her, and in a community that immediately mobilized to find her. This combination of normalcy and sudden absence creates a tension that few mysteries can replicate. The ordinary becomes ominous, and a brief outing, something so common, transforms into an enduring question mark over the lives of those left behind. Today, Tara's story continues to capture public attention. Media coverage, true crime documentaries, and online communities revisit her case regularly, keeping the mystery alive for a new generation. Investigators remain committed to finding answers, and the family maintains hope that someday, the puzzle pieces will come together. Her name appears in cold case databases, and her disappearance serves as a reminder of the fragility of safety, the unpredictability of life, and the enduring human drive to seek resolution, no matter how many theories are proposed. No matter how much attention the case receives, Tara Calico's fate remains unknown. Her bicycle may never be ridden again, her camera may never capture another photograph, and yet the memory of her life continues to resonate. The roads she once traveled, the open New Mexico landscape, and the small town that nurtured her all hold the secret of what truly happened on that September morning. And so, the question lingers: what became of Tara Calico? In the quiet stretches of desert along the asphalt ribbon of her familiar route, the answer lies just beyond reach. A mystery that refuses to fade, and a story that continues to haunt those who remember. Kyron Horman, the disappearance that shook a community. It was a crisp morning on June 4, 2010. In Portland, Oregon, when 7-year-old Kyron Horman vanished from Skyline Elementary School. A bright and curious second grader, Kyron was eager for the day ahead. Like any child, he carried his backpack, lunch, and the innocent expectation of routine. By the time the school day ended, however, he was gone, and a community was thrust into a mystery that would remain unresolved for years. The disappearance of Kyron Horman is not only a story of a missing child, but also a window into the fragility of normalcy, the intensity of hope, and the persistence of unanswered questions. Kyron Horman was remembered by friends, family, and teachers as intelligent, kind-hearted, and remarkably thoughtful for his age. Born in Portland, he had a supportive family and a circle of friends at school, where he enjoyed science experiments, reading, and interacting with his peers. That Friday morning, like many before it, Kyron was dropped off at school by his stepmother, Terry Horman. She reported seeing him enter the school and join his classmates for the day's activities. Yet somewhere between that moment and the time he was expected at class or at lunch, Kyron disappeared without a trace. The initial search for Kyron was immediate and intense. Teachers, staff, and first responders quickly combed the school grounds and surrounding areas, from classrooms to playgrounds and parking lots. The city mobilized. Police, volunteers, search and rescue teams, and K-9 units fanned out over nearby neighborhoods, wooded areas, and rivers. Despite hours of searching, no trace of Kyron was found. No footprints, no discarded belongings, no indication of an accidental injury or abduction. The absence of evidence was staggering, especially in a school environment typically considered safe and monitored. As the hours turned into days, investigators began examining Kyron's home life, daily routines, and social circles. Family members and friends were interviewed extensively, and timelines were reconstructed with painstaking detail. Authorities sought to understand the moments before his disappearance, particularly the drop-off at school and the subsequent hours. It was a normal school day, and yet something extraordinary had occurred. A child had vanished from the very place that should have been secure. The investigation quickly turned to Terry Horman, Kyron's stepmother, as a person of interest. Authorities examined phone records, movements, and inconsistencies in statements regarding her whereabouts during the crucial window of time. While Terry denied involvement and was never formally charged, suspicion and media scrutiny placed her at the center of public attention. The case became a complex blend of missing person investigation and interpersonal tension, highlighting how, in disappearances, suspicion can magnify as the trail grows colder. Community response was intense. Portland, and the wider Oregon region, was gripped by fear, grief, and determination. Volunteers distributed flyers, organized searches, and offered tips to law enforcement. The media coverage was relentless, amplifying every lead, rumor, and unconfirmed sighting. Social media, still in its emerging stages in 2010, added a new layer, allowing information and speculations to spread quickly. Every new development reignited hope, but also underscored the difficulty of finding clarity in an evolving mystery. Over time, investigators explored numerous theories. Some considered abduction by an unknown individual. Others examined possible involvement of family members or acquaintances. The complex relationships within Chiron's household, the timing of events, and the lack of a body or other definitive evidence made the case particularly challenging. Authorities also revisited the school environment. Security footage, staff accounts, and student recollections were analyzed to determine if anyone had observed unusual activity. Yet every avenue seemed to lead to more questions rather than answers. Despite the challenges, law enforcement maintained that Chiron was taken by someone he knew. Based on the timing of his disappearance and the circumstances surrounding the school drop, many investigators concluded that an abduction by a stranger was unlikely. Yet the absence of direct evidence left the case open to multiple interpretations. Every lead, from unverified sightings to anonymous tips, was examined, but none produced concrete results. Family and friends continued to cope with uncertainty. Chiron's mother, stepmother, father, and extended family have all participated in public appeals for information. Each anniversary of his disappearance becomes a stark reminder of the unanswered questions. Where is Chiron? And what happened on that ordinary morning in June? The human element, the grief, hope, and tireless searching is as central to this story as any forensic detail. Technological advances have periodically revived interest in the case. Investigators have applied new search methods, revisited digital communications, and employed modern forensics in an effort to uncover clues that may have been missed in 2010. Law enforcement continues to accept tips, analyze old evidence, and pursue any avenue that could provide answers. Yet, more than a decade later, the mystery endures. Chiron Horman's disappearance highlights the unsettling truth that even in highly monitored, seemingly secure environments, a child can vanish without a trace. It is a story that intersects with fear, trust, and the limits of certainty in everyday life. For Portland, and for those who remember him, the absence is both tangible and symbolic, a bright young life removed from the world, leaving questions that refuse to fade. Public interest remains strong. Documentaries, news specials, and true crime discussions revisit the case regularly, keeping attention on the unanswered questions. Advocates emphasize that renewed tips and technological advances may yet lead to resolution, offering hope to a family that has endured years of uncertainty and loss. The case serves as a reminder that disappearances are not merely statistical anomalies, they are deeply human stories, marked by emotion, endurance, and the relentless pursuit of answers. In the end, Chiron Horman's fate remains unknown. The school, the streets of Portland, and the homes of those who loved him hold fragments of a story that is yet to be completed. Every lead pursued, every search conducted, and every theory considered underscores the chilling reality. Sometimes a person can vanish from the very place that should guarantee safety, leaving behind only questions and a profound sense of absence. And so, the question lingers: what became of Chiron Horman? In the quiet corridors of Skyline Elementary, on the streets of Portland, and in the hearts of those who still hope, the answer remains just beyond reach, a mystery that endures, waiting for the day it might finally be solved. Phoenix Colden, a vanishing in St. Louis. It was a sweltering afternoon on February 3, 2011, in St. Louis, Missouri, when Phoenix Colden, a 23-year-old woman, left her home for what seemed like an ordinary trip. By that evening, she had vanished, without a trace. A young woman described as vibrant, ambitious, and deeply connected to her family. Phoenix's disappearance would confound investigators, mystify the public, and raise questions that linger more than a decade later. What happened to Phoenix Colden remains one of St. Louis' most enduring mysteries, a story where every answer seems to lead to another question. Phoenix Colden was the eldest of 5 children, known for her warmth, intelligence, and determination. A recent graduate, she had a bright future ahead and was deeply involved in her community. On that fateful day, she reportedly went out to run errands and possibly attend an appointment. Family and friends would later describe her as responsible, careful, and someone who rarely missed appointments or stayed out unexpectedly. Yet when she failed to return home that evening, concern quickly escalated into alarm. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance are unusual and troubling. Phoenix reportedly made contact with family members during the day, but her last confirmed sighting remains unclear. The vehicle she used was never recovered, and there were no confirmed sightings of her after she left home. Investigators were immediately struck by the absence of physical evidence. No signs of a struggle were reported, no personal belongings were left behind, and no immediate motive could be discerned. It was as if Phoenix had simply evaporated into the city's streets. Her family wasted no time contacting authorities. The St. Louis Police Department launched an investigation, canvassing areas Phoenix was known to frequent and reaching out to potential witnesses. Digital evidence, including phone records and social media activity, was carefully examined, but offered few concrete leads. The investigation faced an early obstacle: the city of St. Louis, with its dense neighborhoods and complex social networks, presented a challenging environment in which a person could disappear and leave little trace. As the case unfolded, theories about Phoenix Colden's disappearance proliferated. Some suggested she may have been the victim of foul play, possibly connected to her social circle or encounters in public spaces. Others considered voluntary disappearance, though friends and family insisted Phoenix was deeply rooted in her community and had no reason to vanish without warning. Investigators also explored the possibility of a chance crime, an abduction, or opportunistic attack, but concrete evidence remained elusive. Every line of inquiry seemed to meet a wall of uncertainty. In 2012, more than a year after her disappearance, Phoenix was declared legally dead, a designation that reflected the length of time she had been missing rather than evidence of her fate. Her family continued to seek answers, holding vigils, appealing to the public, and cooperating with law enforcement. The case gained wider attention through news coverage and true crime media, drawing interest from viewers who were captivated by the sheer mystery of a young woman vanishing in a city without leaving a trail. The challenges of the investigation were compounded by conflicting information. Witness statements, unverified tips, and rumors created a fog around the facts of her disappearance. Some reports suggested she may have been seen in different parts of the city or even in neighboring states, but none were conclusively verified. Law enforcement remained cautious in assessing these leads, aware that misdirection is a common complication. In missing person cases, every unconfirmed sighting only deepened the uncertainty and kept the question of Phoenix's fate open-ended. The Colden family's perspective provides a window into the human cost of such a disappearance. Each day, they confront the tension between hope and despair, the longing for closure and the frustration of unanswered questions. Friends describe Phoenix as the kind of person who leaves an impression through her kindness and energy, a young woman whose absence is felt not just by family but by everyone who knew her. The community continues to remember her through vigils, social media campaigns, and ongoing outreach to anyone who might hold information. Despite years of investigation, Phoenix Colden's disappearance remains unsolved. Authorities have periodically revisited the case, applying modern investigative techniques, reviewing old evidence, and seeking new leads. Social media campaigns and news features have helped keep her story alive, yet the trail remains cold. The questions surrounding her last known movements, her interactions on the day of her disappearance, and the absence of tangible clues make this case particularly perplexing. Phoenix Colden's story exemplifies the unnerving reality of a disappearance. In an urban environment, unlike isolated wilderness or remote roads, cities are populated, observed, and monitored, but they also contain pockets of anonymity. In St. Louis, a city of neighborhoods, alleyways, and bustling streets, it is possible for someone to vanish without clear explanation, leaving those who remain to grapple with what happened and why. The case also highlights broader issues related to missing person investigations, the importance of timely action, the challenge of interpreting conflicting information, and the emotional toll on families and communities. Every lead, whether pursued immediately or revisited years later, carries the potential for revelation, but also the risk of disappointment. For Phoenix's loved ones, hope persists, even as time stretches forward without answers. Today, Phoenix Colden's disappearance is remembered not only as a cold case, but as a story of a young life interrupted in its prime. Investigators continue to accept tips, the public continues to share information, and the family continues to advocate for answers. Her story remains a haunting reminder that even in ordinary circumstances, the ordinary can be shattered, and the familiar can become inexplicably absent, and so, the question persists. Where is Phoenix Colden? In the streets of St. Louis, in the neighborhoods she once knew, or beyond? The answer remains just out of reach, a puzzle that continues to defy resolution and a story that refuses to fade from memory. Relisha Rudd, a child who vanished. It began as a normal morning in Washington, D.C., in March 2014. 9-year-old Relisha Rudd, a bright and energetic child, was supposed to attend school and return to the routine of her daily life. But on March 1st, she disappeared from the district's foster care system, and the city, already familiar with the vulnerabilities of its children, was thrust into a mystery that would grip the nation. Relisha's story is one of innocence, trust, and the troubling gaps that sometimes exist in systems meant to protect the most vulnerable. Relisha Rudd was described by teachers and caregivers as lively, outgoing, and curious, with an infectious personality that drew people to her. Living in a transitional home environment through the city's foster care program, she faced challenges that many children do, yet her spirit remained resilient. On the day of her disappearance, she was last known to be in the care of her foster family at a local shelter. She had no history of running away, and those who knew her recalled that she would rarely leave a familiar environment without reason. The first reports of her disappearance came when Relisha failed to show up for school. Staff at the shelter noticed she was missing, and attempts to locate her within the building and surrounding area proved futile. Concern quickly escalated, and authorities were alerted. The case quickly gained attention not only because of Relisha's youth but because she was part of a system designed to safeguard children. Questions immediately arose. How could a child vanish from a monitored environment, and where could she possibly have gone? Investigators moved swiftly. Washington, D.C., police canvassed the shelter, surrounding streets, and public transportation routes. Witnesses were interviewed, and security footage from nearby areas was reviewed. Early on, attention focused on the individuals closest to her, particularly those with access to the shelter or the foster system. The urgency was magnified by her age and the vulnerability inherent in her circumstances. A 9-year-old without guardians, navigating spaces meant to be protective, but not always impermeable. One name quickly became central to the investigation: Colo Tatum, a janitor at the shelter where Relisha resided. Tatum, a man in his early 20s, had befriended Relisha and gained the trust of both the child and some staff members. As police dug deeper, disturbing details emerged. Reports indicated Tatum had access to Relisha outside of the shelter, that he had previously engaged in suspicious behavior involving other children. He became the focal point of a rapidly expanding criminal investigation. The discovery of evidence linking Tatum to the girl added layers of complexity to the case. Authorities uncovered communications, receipts, and other items suggesting that he had taken Relisha away from the shelter. Yet, despite these indications, her physical whereabouts remained unknown. The case transitioned from a simple missing child report to a full-scale criminal investigation, with law enforcement combing through digital footprints, cell phone records, and public tips, searching for any trace of the girl. As the days and weeks passed, public concern grew. Vigils were held, media outlets covered every detail, and the story ignited national attention. Advocates highlighted not only the tragedy of Relisha's disappearance, but also the systemic issues surrounding children in foster care. Questions about oversight, safety protocols, and the vulnerabilities of children in transitional housing became part of the broader conversation. Relisha's disappearance was no longer just about one child. It became a reflection of the risks that exist in structures designed to protect. Investigators also pursued leads across the region. Tatum was tracked through surveillance footage, credit card use, and witness accounts. Reports indicated he may have traveled with Relisha to different locations. Yet, despite the extensive search, authorities were unable to locate her. The trail went cold, and the case became a chilling reminder of how quickly a child could vanish in a modern urban environment. In April 2014, the investigation took a tragic turn. Khalil Tatum was found dead in a hotel room under circumstances that suggested suicide. While his death removed the immediate suspect from the investigation, it also intensified the uncertainty surrounding Relisha's fate. Authorities could not conclusively determine what happened to her after her disappearance, and the case shifted from pursuit to speculation. Her family, meanwhile, continued to search tirelessly, holding on to the hope that answers might still be found. The disappearance of Relisha Rudd raises unsettling questions about the intersection of innocence and vulnerability. How could a child vanish from a place meant to safeguard her? What could have happened in the hours, days, or weeks after she was last seen? Each unanswered question compounds the tragedy and leaves her story suspended in a state of uncertainty. Over the years, new tips and occasional leads have surfaced, but none have produced definitive evidence of Relisha's fate. The case remains open, a haunting chapter in Washington, D.C.'s history, and a stark reminder of the fragility of life for children in vulnerable situations. Her story continues to inspire calls for reform in the foster care system and for improved protections to prevent similar disappearances in the future. For those who knew Relisha, her absence is both tangible and symbolic. She represents a life interrupted, a child whose potential and promise were stolen before it could fully unfold. Family members continue to advocate for her, keep her memory alive, and hope that one day the answers will be found. Every anniversary of her disappearance serves as a solemn reminder of what was lost and of the questions that remain unanswered. Ultimately, the story of Relisha Rudd is a haunting reflection on trust, oversight, and the gaps that can exist even in systems designed to protect. Her disappearance remains unresolved, her fate unknown, and the shadow of uncertainty continues to linger. For Washington, D.C., and for those who remember her, the hope for answers is tempered by the harsh reality that some mysteries endure. And so, the question remains, where is Relisha Rudd? In a city of millions, amidst streets, shelters, and hidden corners, the answer remains just out of reach, a story suspended in time, waiting for resolution that has yet to come. Jennifer Kess, the vanishing in Orlando. It was a seemingly ordinary morning in Orlando, Florida, on January 24, 2006, when Jennifer Kess left her condominium to go to work. By the end of the day, she had vanished, leaving behind an unlocked apartment, her keys, and her car. Jennifer's disappearance would become one of Central Florida's most perplexing mysteries, a case where the ordinary was shattered and the trail of evidence grew colder with each passing day. Jennifer Kess was 24 years old at the time of her disappearance. Friends described her as vibrant, independent, and ambitious, with a promising career in real estate. She lived in a newly constructed condominium complex, a modern space that reflected both her tastes and her success. Her life, by most accounts, was carefully organized. She maintained a daily routine, and those close to her knew her as dependable and methodical. Her sudden disappearance would not only confound her family, but also challenge investigators in ways that defied simple explanation. The day Jennifer vanished began like any other. She reportedly left her home in the morning to go to work, but she never arrived at her office. By that evening, her friends and co-workers noticed her absence. When attempts to reach her by phone failed, concern quickly escalated. Law enforcement was called, and the Orlando Police Department initiated a missing person investigation. Initially, they treated the case with standard procedures, checking her home, questioning neighbors, and reviewing her routine. But soon it became apparent that this was no ordinary disappearance. Jennifer's apartment was found unlocked and undisturbed. Her personal belongings remained, including her wallet and phone, suggesting she had not left voluntarily or with intention. The front door, while unlocked, showed no signs of forced entry, and there was no evidence of a struggle. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. The case immediately took on a chilling dimension. A young woman disappeared from a secure environment without any apparent warning or motive. In the days that followed, authorities examined surveillance footage from nearby streets and buildings. One significant discovery showed Jennifer's car parked on the side of the road 2 days after her disappearance, a short distance from her condominium. The vehicle appeared undisturbed, but it offered little insight into what had happened to her. Investigators scoured traffic cameras, questioned neighbors, and followed every lead. Yet no confirmed sightings of Jennifer were reported after she left her home that morning. Each dead end added to the mystery and heightened public anxiety about her fate. The investigation also revealed a pattern that would later complicate matters. In addition to her regular routine, Jennifer had been described as cautious and private, rarely sharing personal details outside of her close circle. Her disappearance defied the expectations of those who knew her. There was no history of leaving without notice. and no known conflicts or threats that might explain her sudden absence. Every angle explored by police seemed to reach an invisible wall, leaving the case suspended in uncertainty. Over time, multiple theories emerged. Some speculated that Jennifer had been abducted by someone she knew, while others considered the possibility of a random crime and opportunistic attack in a quiet neighborhood. Investigators also explored the idea of online interactions or relationships that might have led to foul play, but no definitive evidence surfaced. Family members emphasized her careful nature and skepticism toward strangers, reinforcing the sense that her disappearance was entirely unexpected. Yet despite exhaustive efforts, the truth remained elusive. Public interest in the case intensified as months turned into years. Local news outlets, national media, and online forums highlighted the mystery, drawing attention to every lead, every tip, and every reported sighting. Yet many of these leads proved inconclusive, and the case remained officially unsolved. Jennifer's family continued to advocate for answers, organizing searches, engaging private investigators, and keeping her story in the public eye. Her disappearance became emblematic of the fear and frustration felt by families of missing adults, where the trail can vanish as quickly as the person themselves. The passage of time did little to clarify what had happened. While some evidence was collected and analyzed, including her car, electronic devices, and neighborhood surveillance, none provided conclusive proof of her whereabouts. Investigators have returned periodically to review the case, using advancements in technology to re-examine old leads. Despite these efforts, the core question remains: how does a young woman disappear from a secure environment, leaving behind her personal effects, her routine, and her life? Jennifer Kess's disappearance also serves as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that can exist even in seemingly safe spaces. Her condominium complex, her daily commute, and her careful habits did not prevent her from vanishing. The case highlights the unpredictability of human behavior, the possibility of criminal intrusion, and the limits of safety in modern urban life. Each unanswered question adds to the unease surrounding her disappearance, a story that refuses to resolve itself neatly. For those who knew her, Jennifer's absence is both tangible and symbolic. Friends describe a life interrupted, a promising future suspended in uncertainty. Her family, while steadfast in their search for answers, lived with the dual burden of hope and despair, hoping for resolution but knowing that time often erodes the clarity of memory and evidence. Yet through it all, her story continues to resonate, a cautionary tale of disappearance in the midst of ordinary life. Ultimately, the case of Jennifer Kess remains open, a haunting narrative in Orlando's history. Investigators continue to accept tips, revisit old evidence, and follow any credible lead. Her story reminds us that even in the age of surveillance, communication, and modern safeguards, a person can vanish, leaving behind only questions and the echoes of a life that should have continued uninterrupted. And so, the question endures: where is Jennifer Kess? Among the streets of Orlando, hidden in plain sight, or beyond? Her fate remains a shadowed enigma, mystery that continues to invite speculation, investigation, and reflection. Jason Jorkowski, the man who never walked home on the morning of June 13, 2001, in Omaha, Nebraska. 19-year-old Jason Jorkowski left his home to walk less than 8 blocks to meet a co-worker who would drive him to work. The walk should have taken no more than 10 minutes, but Jason never arrived. He vanished somewhere between his front door and that nearby Skada, short distance that turned into an endless mystery. Jason Jorkowski was known to friends and family as kind, responsible, and dependable. He had recently graduated from high school and was working 2 jobs while planning to attend broadcasting school in the fall. Standing 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing over 160 pounds, Jason was not someone who could easily disappear in a crowd. His build, his personality, and his predictable habits made him stand out in his community. For his loved ones, the idea that he could vanish on a short walk through a residential neighborhood was almost unthinkable. The morning of June 13th began routinely. Jason's car was in the shop, so he arranged to meet a co-worker for a ride to work. The plan was simple. He would walk to Benson High School, only a few blocks from his home, where his co-worker would pick him up. At around 10:45 a.m., Mother saw him doing a small chore outside, bringing in the trash cans. It would be the last confirmed sighting of him. Minutes later, he set off on foot toward the school. Somewhere along that short route, Jason Jolkowski vanished. When he failed to arrive at work, concern grew quickly. Jason had a reputation for reliability. Skipping a shift without notice was entirely out of character. By afternoon, his family knew something was wrong. Calls went unanswered, and a search began almost immediately. What started as worry turned to alarm as the hours stretched into night with no sign of him. Investigators were baffled from the start. Jason's planned walk was through a quiet, residential neighborhood in broad daylight. The distance was so short that it seemed almost impossible for him to disappear without someone noticing. Searches of the area turned up no clothing, no personal items, and no evidence of a struggle. Neighbors were interviewed, but no one reported seeing Jason on his walk that morning. It was as though he had stepped out of his home and simply ceased to exist. Authorities considered the possibility that Jason had left voluntarily, but his family rejected that idea. He had no history of running away, no signs of depression, and no apparent reason to abandon his life. He had recently spoken excitedly about his future plans, including attending broadcasting school. For a young man with a supportive family, steady work, and a clear path ahead, vanishing by choice seemed unlikely. Attention then turned to the possibility of foul play. Could Jason have been abducted along his short route? While possible, investigators faced challenges. No witnesses reported a struggle, no vehicles were seen stopping near him, and there were no signs of distress. If someone had taken him, they had done so with remarkable speed and stealth. In a neighborhood where such an act should have drawn attention, the lack of physical evidence hindered progress. Jason's wallet, keys, and personal items were never recovered. His co-worker confirmed he never arrived at their meeting point, narrowing the window of his disappearance to less than 10 minutes. That short time frame only deepened the mystery. As days turned into weeks, the search expanded. Flyers were distributed across Omaha. Police combed wooded areas, fields, and abandoned buildings. Family members organized community efforts, desperate to find any clue. The case drew media attention, but even with wider awareness, no credible leads emerged. Jason's disappearance was striking not only because of the circumstances, but because it seemed to defy logic. How could a young man vanish without leaving behind even the faintest trace? Over the years, theories have persisted. Some suggest Jason may have been lured into a vehicle by someone he knew or trusted. Others considered the possibility of a random act of violence or abduction. A more speculative theory points to human trafficking, though no evidence has confirmed that link. Each possibility raises its own troubling questions, but none provide definitive answers. Jason's family has remained steadfast in their search for the truth. His mother, Kelly Jolkowski, became an outspoken advocate for families of missing persons in 2003. She founded Project Jason, a non-profit dedicated to supporting the loved ones of missing individuals and raising awareness for their cases. Through her advocacy, Jason's story became not just a personal tragedy, but a catalyst for change, helping countless other families navigate the painful uncertainty of disappearance. Jason's case also highlighted gaps in the way missing adults were handled at the time. Because he was 19, an adult in the eyes of the law, initial urgency was limited, yet his circumstances clearly warranted concern. The lessons from his disappearance have informed policies and awareness campaigns, stressing that adults can be just as vulnerable as children when they go missing. Despite the passage of more than 2 decades, Jason's fate remains unknown. There have been no confirmed sightings, no evidence recovered, and no arrests made. His disappearance continues to haunt Omaha and remains one of Nebraska's most enduring mysteries. Each year, his family marks the anniversary of that June morning, hoping that new information might one day emerge. The story of Jason Jolkowski endures not only because of its unsolved nature, but because of its ordinariness. There was no storm, no isolated wilderness, no dangerous expedition. It was a simple walk through a neighborhood in daylight on a summer morning, the kind of walk anyone might take without a second thought. That ordinary act makes his disappearance feel all the more unsettling. For his family, the pain lies in the absence of answers. Without knowing what happened, there is no closure, only an enduring question that grows heavier with time. For his community, Jason's story is a reminder of the fragility of daily life, how even the most familiar routines can be disrupted in ways that defy understanding. And so the mystery remains. Jason Jolkowski set out for a short walk to work and never arrived. Somewhere along that ordinary path, he disappeared into the unknown. The question lingers, suspended in the silence of that morning. How does someone vanish without a trace? In the middle of the day, in the heart of a neighborhood. Until answers emerge, Jason's story will remain one of the most haunting reminders that sometimes the shortest journeys are the ones that never end.